thesis and dissertation as like document as journal articles, but they are giving the references. So these are, you can say, next to journal articles and most frequent document types found in OA repositories. And these have become a really very important like aspect of intellectual achievement of scholars, and because they are coming out of the hard work of the scholar and the supervisor, and people are devoting at least 3 years in bringing out these things. But as I said, that these are invisible resources. The visibility is not that great, although they could be in open access domain like Shodhganga or any other repository. But I think due to one reason or other, they are not properly covered by many databases, many indexing resources. We have conducted couple of studies as well on the repositories. So, like the objectives while were preparing this presentation were like to understand cited references in research articles, conference papers, or chapters, or what is the growth and development of ETD repositories. What are the national level or international initiatives taken in this regard? And then about dissemination and accessibility of ETDs through open access sources and scholarly search engines. So basically, we collected the data from Web of Science, Scopus, and open repositories like Open Door, and we also conducted a survey of different initiatives. So this is how we collected the data. Like if you want to see from where you can see the cited references for thesis and dissertation, this is like Web of Science. You can see how many like records we are there. And you can also see from Scopus like how we can see the cited references for thesis and dissertation in Scopus as well. So you can see that Web of Science covers about 8,91,735 cited references of ETDs from 1932, and then Scopus covers, as you can see, 1136,099 ETD cited references. Then there are like 242606 most cited references as Scopus, and like you can see there are some individual years which receive more citations as well. So this is the curve of ETDs as cited references in Web of Science, and this is from the Scopus. And you can see the different type of further analysis like PhD thesis. Thesis and dissertation does not mean to like Scopus or Web of Science only PhD thesis. These could be masters as well. These could be other things or unidentified such resources as well. So these resources are continuously growing. Like 15 minutes is too less, but I will cover. Don't worry, Rai Sahab. Huh? So you can see in this slide that these resources are continuously growing. There is a good growth, and this is from Open Door, and this is in the graphical form from the Open Door only. Then there are different national, international, or institutional level thesis and dissertation initiatives, and like Shodhganga is one of the major contributor, and I am lucky that I was the co-PI of E-Granth and Krishi Prabha projects as well, which were basically World Bank funded project. I was assistant and deputy librarian there at Agriculture University Palampur that time, and that was the biggest ETD project that time before Shodhganga, and we still have about 250,000 thesis and dissertation in Krishi course. I am requesting people to like these should also be visible with Shodhganga as well. So this is the metadata sources, and you can see like number of records in Shodhganga, Shodhgangotri, Krishi course, or maybe in our union catalog maintained by InflibNet, and also through Delnet as well. This is the website you have already seen, and this is from Krishi course, which you could see in one of the presentation yesterday. So I was also part of these projects of World Bank funded. And this is Indicat, this is Delnet, and these are some of the national level initiatives taken by different countries, not from India only. And like these are the gateway of the collections of the nation, and these are the different repositories of thesis and dissertation from different countries. Because of the paucity of time, I will just rush through these slides. But of course, these details will be available to you. And these are the, like I have taken the screenshots as well so that you can easily identify, but I have to, of course, rush through. You can explore whenever you are free these slides. So these are different institutional repositories which are covering thesis and dissertation from many different countries. These are not from India, but I have taken all the important repositories of the world from individual countries. So there is no way but to like rush through these slides. Okay. Then there are some international initiatives of ETDs and like thesis and dissertations. And one of the important is like global ETD search, which is like maintained by NDLTD. So I am somehow associated with NDLTD people as well. Then there is a DART from Europe. There is a DEVA from another entity, Nordic countries. Then there is a cyber thesis as well. And these are the number of records in different repositories, and NDLTD has the maximum record. Then you have other different entities. This is the screenshot from NDLTD. This is from DIBA. This is from DART, maybe WorldCat. And these are some of the important institutional level repositories. So we almost all the institutions now in India have thesis and dissertation repositories because of the mandate of the UGC, and also IIT Delhi or IIT system has become part of thesis and dissertation repository because of the NRF ranking, because the number of students graduated will be taken from the number of thesis uploaded. So we were also bound to like upload our thesis, so we have also started uploading it. And these are like screenshot from our different institutional repositories. And these are important like ETD initiative, institutional level, worldwide, not from India, but from other countries, as you can see on my screen. And these are the screenshots from those institutional level initiatives. Then open access is also an important component of like thesis and dissertations or for exploring the ETDs. And there are some scholarly search engine or open access resources which you can explore, like OATD or EBSCO Open Dissertation or PQDT Open, or maybe Google Scholar or Base as well. And these are the number of records in these ETD databases or search engines. And these are the screenshots from those resources. So with this, I would like to sum up and would like to invite the attention of the NDLTD people that they can try to approach. Please, I would like to invite the attention of Charlie. So I am requesting you, like when these Scopus or Web of Science people are like indexing, I mean giving the references, cited references, why they are not bringing thesis and dissertation as an individual document like journal article in their databases. Their perception is that these are not properly peer-reviewed items. Thesis and dissertation are not properly peer-reviewed. But I think they can start with the reputed institutions, and these are coming out of the hard work of like research scholars. So they should also be included in that way. And also a lot of startups, patents, and many other things are coming out of the research work of the like scholars. So that should also be equally promoted.
Nabi, this is a kind of a shocking statement. I'd like to know the person that said that they're somehow lacking in peer review. You know, if you have a faculty advisor and mentor for 3 years and you...
Yeah, this is a shocking for me as well when we were like discussing this topic or presentation. We could understand...
If I have some contact with the Scopus sponsors, I will talk to them about this.
In fact, they are removing hundreds of journals every year from Scopus and Web of Science being predatory journals. For example, library philosophy so that journal has been dropped, and many of you might be having the paper in that because those papers were not peer reviewed at all. So how they can say like thesis and dissertations are not properly peer reviewed because that is why they are not including. So I think there are many areas which may be explored, and I think there is a suggestion for like the people who are in the ministries or who are in the government organizations that like Shodh Ganga may try to pool or have some data from other open repositories as well, which are available in India. So instead of 5 lakh, you may be immediately jumping to 1 million, to 10 lakh as well. So I think with this, I would like to conclude my presentation within this given time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
much, Dr. Nabi, and putting us global perspective of ETD. I have, if we can take one question, one or two questions quickly, if anybody want to ask Dr. Nabi.
So this is like IT Delhi's philosophy of working. How do we work as a team?
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice coverage of ETD and global perspective of this. Now, 1 minute. Okay.
Yes, dear.
Okay, thank you so much for a very informative presentation. Well, Dr. Hassan, I have a question about the methodology of extracting citations to ETDs. How do you extract the citations?
From
in
Web
the
of Science and
references.
Scopus?
You reported both Scopus and Web of Science, so I just wondered how did you do that?
So I think I have shown the screenshots as well. It is very simple. You can go to advanced search and you can search, find out those things as well.
Oh, for sure. But what did you search in references?
So there is
Keywords.
only
What keywords? For example, PhD thesis
See,
or
it has already been given. Like for Web of Science, you have
Okay.
to go to cited references, and then you can see here there is a thesis and all those things are there. So you can select all those and you can see the number of like cited references in Web of Science.
okay. So Web of Science actually has already categorized the citations. Am I
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And this is from Scopus. It is again very simple. You have to go to this component, then references, okay, and then you can select from here. So
Oh, thank you.
it's
So
simple.
thank you, Dr. Nabi.
The
Thank you
interface
very
is
much.
already there. Thank you.
Now let us move on second presentation, and that presentation basically talk about the towards metadata completeness in national ETD portals for improved discoverability. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ardian Charle for this. Dr. Ardian is basically professional from University of Zambia. I don't have much information about him, but he is professional from, he published two papers, and so basically he is from the University of Zambia. So now I'd like to request Ardian to start your proceeding. So you also given 15 minutes time to complete this.
Thank you so much. Though I've been upgraded so recently to a doctor, I'm not yet there, but eventually I will. My presentation this morning says towards metadata completeness in National ETD portal for improved discoverability. To present, I'm Adrian Chisale. It is also worth noting that this paper was co-authored with Dr. Latin Pili, who is not with me today. It is also, I could also make mention that we are a member of Lunza Research Data Lab, whose research interest in data mining, digital library, and also technological enhanced learning as a team, which is comprises of postgraduate students, undergraduate, and also members of staff at the University of Zambia. Okay, to outline my presentation, to start with, introduction, we'll look at the statement of a problem, research objective, methodology, results and discussions, and we'll conclude after that. Okay. Our research has shown that higher quality metadata facilitates the core bibliographic function, among which use, provenance, authentication, etc. That is according to the scholars from which is Park 2009. Okay. There is also realization that every digital object that is being ingested online requires adequate metadata. It is from this background that when we looked at the increased rate at which ETDs are being generated, we realized that there's need to put much emphasis on how the metadata are being generated from these higher education institutions, as they are heterogeneous in nature. So the need further has also been born from a realization that there has been an increase in the downstream services currently, which requires quality metadata for easy access and also retrieval of this digital object that is being ingested. So it is from that background that we realize that there's need to look at we have a key interest in how this metadata is being generated, so as we not reinvent, not do something that is needed for users. So from Zambian point of view structure, we currently have the higher education institutions at the bottom there, which with this national ETD portal that has been currently launched, will harvest this metadata at that level for all the higher education institutions, and probably from the group point of view, like NDLTD, which will eventually harvest this for the global usage purposes. So this research was a motivation from a launch of networked digital library, the National ETD portal project, which was launched in 2018, which meant to aggregate the research and metadata from higher education institutional repositories in the country. So after this realization, we thought there must be a need to standardize the creation of content. Of course, in relation to ETD MS, which is a de facto schema recommended for thesis and dissertation by Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation at that level. So to be effective, we thought metadata that is being created should have a minimum requirement for them to be harvested at both portals, at national, local portals, and also at global portals. So that's the realization that is made this research to be where it is today. Of course, was also after having information as to poor metadata quality as one of the challenges that global portals are facing. So as reported by Suleiman 2012 and also Lighton, we thought we should also look at whether we are part of the problem in Zambia as to how this content is being, how this metadata is being created. So we thought maybe we should have this being also researched upon, trying to understand how and at what extent is this challenge that was reported at the global level, whether it is also at the local portals equally. So this research was guided by 3 objectives. One of it was to identify higher education institutions that has functional and also interoperable online institutional repository. We thought also, as the second one was to determine the relative quality of ETD metadata originating from higher education institution. Also, at the same time, to investigate the sources of these missing metadata, that there's investigation of sources of missing metadata elements for the automated generated using the natural language processing techniques. So these are objectives that guided our research. Our methodology on trying to identify the higher education institutions that have functional and also interoperable online institutional repository. We used questionnaire and also semi-structured interviews where we gathered data concerning the higher education institutions that offers postgraduate programs. At the same time, also trying to understand, despite which among these repositories have interoperable and also functional repositories. The second objective also in trying to look at relative quality of metadata, we first harvested this metadata using the Open Archive Initiative Protocol, of which after harvesting, we also we analyze this data consequently in relative to ETD-MS, which is a de facto standard defined by Network Digital Library of Thesis and Citation, at the same time wanting to see using the completeness metrics of whether to see whether they meet that benchmark set by the Network Digital Library of Thesis and Citation. In trying to investigate the sources of missing metadata from in investigation of the source of missing metadata elements for automated generation using natural language processing techniques, we had two options, of which we started by content analysis, there where we looked at first policy documents and also second actual manuscripts that were looked at. So under content, under policy documents, we looked at prescribed standard outright format which each institution provide as what makes how ETDs must be presented when someone is to graduate. So the standard outline and format structure, but from the institutional point of view, was also analyzed as to also giving information as to whether on the title page, what information should be there from the institutional point of view. Then also we went further from a manuscript point of view. We tried also to look at which sections within the manuscripts is this metadata located. All the sections were looked at in trying to appreciate these where the missing metadata are coming from. So, of course, we looked at, in trying to do this work, we looked at saturation principle. We used the saturation principle where we consulted enough manuscripts, and at a point where we realized that we could not get new insights, then we had to stop there, and that became our sample size. Okay, so our results, Zambia had 61 higher education institutions registered with higher education authority, of which out of 61, we had about 43 responses. When we queried further as to why these other 18 were not part of the research, we realized that some had challenges where some were non-functional and some had closed at that time. It is for this reason that this research this analysis is based on unique and completed responses only. Okay. And the results. So research indicated that out of 61 higher education institutions, we had about 28 higher education institutions offering postgraduate program, with merely 10 had implemented institutional repositories in the country. And this means that out of 61, 51 were still managing ETDs in analog format. Out of 10 that implemented, also we found that 3 were non-functional. Their systems were ups and down, making it not accessible or not usable despite it being installed and being implemented at that level. At the same time, also we looked at ETD content from these that were functional. We also realized that one of the institutions didn't have ETD content despite offering postgraduate programs. So the status of institutional repository is in graphs is shown. That is the graphical representation of the status of institutional repositories in Zambia. And on my left, we had the 10 that is implemented this, and also those that have not implemented, there were about 51. And on my right, of course, it is on the opposite. We had out of 10, 7 functional and also non-functional 3. Okay, when we queried about interoperability of these repositories, we realized that about 80% did not activate the Open Archive Initiative Protocol, which defines how metadata is exchanged among repositories. And this means that only 2, representing 20%, had activated the Open Archive Initiative Protocol. So that's a graphical representation of the description on top there. Okay. When we looked at the situation analysis of metadata at the University of Zambia, IARA, out of 4,000 at the time of metadata harvesting, 4,003, we realized that 23% had now title elements, 843 had gaps in terms of creator elements, and also 814 had now subject elements, and the list continues. And at the same time, we also realized that there were some elements that were completely not being used, which like coverage right and the thesis.degree were also not missing completely in all 4,003 records, is shown in the graph below. So there it is, 100% is for those that were not used completely, and these that are 25 and below, these are elements that were having missing elements despite the elements being used in the repositories. So similar analysis was done in other universities, like University of Lusaka, also showed that there were missing elements represented by zeros in the graph there. So 5 higher educational institutions were also analyzed, and in all the research, it indicated that the contributor element was not being used in all the higher educational institutions, and also thesis.degree, and there were some variations in other elements across higher education institution repositories. So now, after having these missing elements, we realized that we needed to know where they are located. Of course, using the policy documents and also analyzing the actual manuscript, we realized that, for instance, we took a supervisor or advisor element as to see where it is located. We realized that these elements are varied depending on the regulations or policy documents which defines how a thesis must be presented. And it is from that background that we realized that each institution had its unique way of presenting a thesis. Also, the content that is to be put on the thesis were also varying in that manner. So in this case, for example, the preliminary pages under University of Zambia regulations for postgraduate trainings, it defined that it is only on the acknowledgement section where advisor element is to be allocated, not on the title page. And this information also differs from other institutions where it was also discovered that other institutions provides that the title, the supervisor element should appear on the title page of a manuscript. So we also analyzed the actual manuscript and we had this kind of information, data, which is displayed there, like for University of Lusaka, supervisor is on the title page and also on the acknowledgement. This information was important to us, and we did this for all the entire institutional repositories for all higher education institutions. And it is only 2 institutions out of the rest that never had title, that never had supervisor or advisor element on the title page. Okay, so we went further to, okay, from here, after this understanding, we needed to find solutions to these gaps that we identified. So going forward, we thought we could come up with the intelligent system that would automatically harvest this metadata so that we can improve the search, as the title says, toward discoverability of metadata element in National ETD portal. So we can also, we came up with the conclusion that all the higher education institutions in Zambia are not compliant with ETD-MS, the de facto metadata element designed by Network Digital Library of Research Citation, which is at that level, which is there to guide on how thesis must be described at that level. So by so doing, this is the end of my presentation, and these are were references or bibliography that guided this research.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you very much for your presentation on ETD, National ETD for Zambia country, and your some observation on metadata and all. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now let us move on the next presentation. And this presentation is basically scenario of university libraries initiative toward institutional repository in Nagpur region. And that is presented by Shivani Balkundi. Shivani is here?
Sorry.
Okay. So Shivani, please come. Oh. So you can start your presentation and try to limit by 5 to 6 minutes, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Now start thing.
Good morning, one and all. I'm from Nagpur. So my topic is the scenario of university libraries initiative towards institutional repositories in Nagpur region and analysis of university library web pages. These are the keywords. I found some learning resources in the institutional repositories. These are textbook, reference books. I have find out whether there may be some dissertations and theses. So these are some more reference sources I have found. Objectives of my study is to find out institutional repositories in Nagpur region, to know the various resources included in institutional repositories, to know the software used for it, to know the accessibility of institutional repositories, and I have also find out there may be some institutions other than universities which are having institutional repositories. Then these are the major universities which are in the city of Nagpur. That is Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj Nagpur University, Kavi Kulaguru Kalidas Sanskrit University, Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University, Maharashtra National Law University. These are 4 major universities in the Nagpur. And I have found only one university which is having a full form, institutional repositories, and these are the collections which are deposited in this repository. And I have found that there are some theses are also there, and some are there publications, some of the manuscripts are also there, and there may be some other publications. I have found one more national research institute, that is NEERI, National Environmental Institutional Research Institute, which is under CSIR. And it is also having one institutional repository, and these are the collections under this repository.
So you can go directly to findings.
Okay, sir. So these are my findings. It was found that there are links of publications were given on the home pages of institutional websites. The publications are accessible openly through these links given on the website. The links for open learning resources were also provided through these websites other than institutional publication. It was found that Kalidas University, that is Sanskrit University repository, is not openly accessible. The members of university could only get access of it. It was found that every university is having its own publication like annual reports, newsletter, research journals. These publications are accessible through the website of respected universities' web pages. As per ETD's concern, KKSU is having e-thesis with its institutional repositories. It was concluded that there is a need of electronic thesis and dissertation institutional repository at the level of universities. This will help researchers to find out the various research trends to follow and to review the other researches. Preservation of dissertation and thesis in electronic will help to find out the hidden and unpublished literature of the university, which are the true assets of intellectual properties of these universities. However, it was found that only Kalidas University has having successfully built institutional repository, whereas the other three universities are at the developing stage. The Knowledge Research Center of NIRI Research Library shows a well-developed institutional repository with the ample collection of digital resources.
So thank you very much,
Thank you, sir.
Shivani. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so
for
much.
Nagpur. Thank you. Now next presentation is by Abhijit. He is going to present the impact of oncologies and semantic web on electronic thesis and dissertation publishing. So now I'd like to request Abhijit for presentation. I'll also request limit your presentation within 5 minutes.
Morning all. Myself Abhijit. I am from Central University of Tamil Nadu. So my topic here is impact of ontologies and semantic web on electronic thesis and dissertation publishing. So as an introduction, I will give you just what is there. Because of the digital technologies and ICT revolution and all those things, the demand for open access to research and digital format of thesis are increasing. However, there are some obstacles for that also. ETDs are frequently stored in the distant repositories. ETDs are not frequently indexed by conventional search engines, and the discoverability and getting citation, as already mentioned in the previous presentation, is somewhat difficult for ETDs. So what can be done for this using ontology technologies and semantic technologies? We all know what is ontologies. These are the formal representation of knowledge, and semantic verb is a verb where information is given a certain meaning. So ETDs can be described in a machine-readable manner, whereby employing the ontologies and other semantic web technologies. So this paper attempts to address some of the problems and propose solutions that can be attained through usage of semantic web technologies. So my objective is to explore the semantic web technologies that can be used in enhancing ETD publications and discuss case studies. There are some of the case studies that I have already included, not all the case studies, but some of the case studies that I have mentioned in my paper is also all included in the presentation. That also will be discussed here. So here some of the study include many aspects, including ontology-based metadata, semantic search engine, semantic annotation tool, and semantic portal for the comparison. These criteria were taken, whether that can be included or incorporated in ETDs and all those things. So I will just give some of the semantic web technologies, what is it meaning, and how can we incorporate those into ETDs, and what will be the result. These are the 3 points included in these things. So RDF, you all know, a resource distribution framework, first of all. It describes the resources and their relationship. So ETD metadata and content can be represented in RDF format also. So this will give better integration with other database and systems. We all know what is ontologies. Ontologies provide a formal, structured representation of a concept and the relationship. That's the definition. It can help standardize and enrich metadata. Because of that, it will be easier to search, navigate, and relate ETDs to other sources as well. So linked data. Basically, linked data also comes under semantic web technology. So what is linked data? Linking and connecting data across different sources of web is called linked data. So this can establish meaningful connection. So this in turn will give enhanced discoverability as well. Sparkle is basically a language for querying RDF data. It can also be used for the users to perform advanced searches. This can also explore relationship between ETDs. Scores, Symbol Knowledge Organization System, provide way to represent controlled vocabularies and taxonomies. This will also improve consistency, which in turn facilitate more accurate searches. These are some of the technologies which can be adopted to ETDs, which will give enhanced discoverability, searchability, and all those things. Then it comes to ontology-based metadata. Basically, ontology says what it's there. So it says how things are related. So if metadata are enhanced or metadata are considering the ontology theories and philosophy, we can have conceptual modeling, metadata annotations, interoperability, search and discoverability. All these things can be promoted more. We can have semantic enrichment, and there will be a consistency in standardization, relationships, and properties. Also, better data integration. Then, if we implement a semantic search engine, we can have natural queries which are much more deep-rooted and meaningful, and we can have relationship mapping. There can be cross-disciplinary discoveries. A better personalization can be achieved. Advanced filtering and facilitating, all these can be done by semantic search engine. At the same time, semantic annotation tools, if we incorporated with ETDs, enhanced search and discoverability will be there, improved navigation and browsing, contextual understanding, interoperability and integration, and such things can be achieved. Then some of the case studies, and not all the case studies I have included, but some of the case studies, OETD, thesis and dissertation metadata, they are exposed by a resource description framework. Their metadata is basically exposed by RDF and other semantic web standards, which allow more efficiency and discoverability in interlinking and academic resources. Thesis Common. Thesis Common is a platform that employs semantic web technologies to provide linked data representation of thesis and dissertation. This platform enables writers to publish their works accompanied by enriched metadata and semantic annotations. Ethos, electronic thesis and online services. The UK's National Thesis Service provides access to complete text of ETDs. Although it's not exclusively concentrated on semantic web technologies, it employs a variety of metadata standards and formats, including WGOR, which can be conveyed in semantic web principles and improve discoverability and integrations. So, as conclusion, I have discussed some of the semantic web technologies, how they can be incorporated with ETDs, and some of the case studies. That's all about my presentation. And as conclusion, the use of ontologies and semantic web has the capacity to fundamentally transform the manner in which ETD theses and dissertations are disseminated and employed. Discoverability, retrieval, utilization of electronic theses and dissertations can, by establishing standardized formats for the representation and dissemination of information presenting ETDs, can be facilitated. That's all.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Abhijit, for your presentation on ontology. Thank you very much. Now let us move on to the next presentation, and the topic of the next presentation: a visibility check for disaster management ETD in Sodhgam. Hello. 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 Now, I would like to invite Bhagya for her presentation on visibility check of disaster management ETD in South Ganga. So, so now you can start your presentation.
Hi, good morning all. So I am Bhavya KP from Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu. And my co-author is Dr. V.K. Dhanishri, Assistant Professor, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Our research paper is entitled A Visibility Check of Disaster Management ETDs in South Ganga. So coming to the objectives, our primary objective is to find the total number of PhD theses awarded in the area of disaster management from 2010 to 2022 period. And next one is to examine the discipline-wise distribution of PhD theses in the area of disaster management, and to study the visibility of articles on disaster management theses deposited in South Ganga. So coming to the methodology part, when we are collecting the data, the South Ganga had 4,59,227 ETDs were deposited in the South Ganga. So the study was conducted during the May 29th. Till May 29th, 2023, we studied this. Okay, then we created a search string, which is a disaster management, and an advanced search is also created with title contains disaster. So included an exclusion criteria, that is ETDs published between 2010 to 2022. Then we found 242 ETDs retrieved from South Ganga, and from these 242 ETDs we removed this ETDs produced other than in English. So there were ETDs produced in Gujarati, Hindi and Marathi. So those ETDs were removed from the study. Then further we got 237 ETDs. Then there were duplicates. Then there are incomplete metadata containing ETDs were also there. So this also removed. Then further the last we found 221 ETDs that are suitable for the study. So next, for accessibility, accessing the visibility of ETDs, each of the 221 ETDs searched in Google Scholar separately and found the citations. So these data further analyzed using Microsoft Excel. So the analysis and results. So this is the growth of disaster management related ETDs deposited in South Ganga. So we can see it is a fluctuating graph. So there were a steady growth were determined up to 2019, and there was a steep down decrease in the number of ETDs produced in disaster management in 2020. Then is a steady increase to 37 disaster management related ETDs. So this is a fluctuating in trend. So next, coming to the discipline-wise distribution of ETDs in disaster management field, we by the analysis we found 3 disciplines that are science and technology, which had 114 ETDs. It is about 51% of the total ETD produced in the disaster management field in South Ganga. Then there were 79 ETDs were produced in social science field, which is about 36% of the total. And there was 28 ETDs were produced. It is about 13% of the total ETD production in disaster management field. So coming to the visibility of articles produced from disaster management ETDs. So there was in Google Scholar, the articles which are found was about 82 percentages. So that both include the articles got cited. It's about only 20 percentage, and articles not got any citation was about 62 percentages, and 18 percentage of these articles were not found in Google Scholar. So citation obtained by different subject. So we got the subjects field like engineering and technology. The total number of thesis produced was 20, about 20, and among them 17 are converted into article, and they got 40 citations. So in computer science, 31 articles were published out of this 33 theses, and 191 citation they altogether got. Then in geoinformatics, only one article was produced, and it got 34 citations. Then coming to geography, there were 16 ETDs. Then 10 of them was converted into article. Then they got about 24 citations. Then together the commerce and management, they produced 23 theses, and 20 of them converted into articles, and they only got 10 citations. Then the arts and social science field together produced 4 ETDs which related with the disaster management, and 4 of them were converted into articles, and they got 28 citations. So coming to the highly influential articles produced from disaster management ETDs, is based on the citations received by each articles. So first one was the top one was the deep learning for disaster related event classification and location prediction from social media, which is authored by Abhinav Kumar and Jyoti Prakash Singh. So it is from the field of computer science and engineering. Then it got a citation of 99. It was the top cited article. Then second one was the geoinformatics in landslide risk management along Kalsi Jagrada Road corridor and integrated approach towards building climate and disaster resilience communities, by Ujjwal Kumar, Praful Singh, and Jai Krishna Thakur. So they got a citation of 34. Then third one was context-aware technique for energy efficient data acquisition and wireless IoT for disaster monitoring by Rekha R and Manish V Ramesh. They got a citation of 32. Then highly influential institutions or universities in the field of disaster management. So National Institute of Technology, Patna, they got 99 citation from one article. Then Anna University, they produced an articles and got 41 citations. And coming to the top, Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University, they got 25 citations from single article. Then 19 citation from one article, that is Ravenshaw University. So these are the highly influential institutions and universities in the field of disaster management. And coming to the conclusion, the analysis of ETDs has shed light on several significant trends and underscoring the multi-dimensional dynamics of scholarly communication. And this study gives an idea about ETD's article transformation, disciplinary distribution, and influential articles, authors, and institution in the field of disaster management. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Now, hello. Now, let us move on to the next presenter, Aqib Mehroof. I would like to invite is Somesh Rai. He is going to present findability and accessibility of electronic thesis and dissertation repository in newly established central universities in India.
Yeah, na?
So you are Somesh Rai?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now start your presentation and try to be finished within 5 minutes.
आपके वो नहीं है ये एज में ओपन होगा ना हो जाएगा 1 मिनट Okay, so my topic is like findability and accessibility of ETD repository. Really, we had our student had that work. Okay, we were evaluating findability and accessibility of online open access journals, and around same time this we thought that the approach which we are applying there, okay, for evaluating all those journals in terms of findability and accessibility, we applied that on ETD repositories also. And really Infibnet has done very good work, excellent work, okay, in making it compulsory and kind of like motivating all the universities in listing all that uploading all the thesis, okay, in Sodh Ganga repository. But really what we think ki all the institutes should have their own repositories also, because it is not like that ki okay Sodh Ganga is only like in joint family, one person is taking care of everything, okay, and then everyone else is like sitting back, okay. So we advocate that, and to just so that we want to evaluate ki really what is the existence of newly established central universities, because in older central universities we find out like in older central universities we find out ki we have very much large volume, so it is challenging to list that in their own separate repository, or maybe submit it all on Sodh Ganga. But in new central universities, like universities got started in 2009, okay, and then first PhD you will be awarding around 13 or 14. So it is like possible for them. So we had that key hypothesis ki okay, central universities, new central universities, they will have their own repositories. So really we will skip this part, and then so our main objective was this evaluating this findability and accessibility of these repositories, and we selected central universities which were listed in 2009 Act only. Among that, MGCUB was there, MGCUB Bihar. It got functional around 2016, so it is very much like only few thesis or dissertation will be there, okay, till now. So we have skipped that, and this is our approach. We have used for findability and accessibility two-way approach. One is our like this Google Page Speed Insight, very much basic thing, okay. We evaluate on these aspects ki what is the level of findability and accessibility. Really this is a tool, online tool, okay, you can put that web page, okay, and it can generate a lot of scores, and it has all that mechanism given there, okay, how that score gets calculated, and from there we can really interpret it back, okay, ki really what is the problem with our website or our repository. So we have done that also, and then we had that manual approach also. For example, like any user will on any day they will search on Google Scholar, okay, and whatever number of pages they are finding, okay, they will just go and click on that, okay. So we have that also, and we can see here it is nearly about a similar kind of thing ki whatever SEO Google this page rank is telling, okay, similarly page ranking also is done there, okay. So this was really this manual thing, okay, for findability and accessibility. For accessibility we are saying that okay, if ETDs are available in open domain, okay, then it is obviously easy to access, okay, and full text we can find. A lot of times what happens ki like suddenly if a lot of people want to access Sodh Ganga, okay, then maybe server issues can be there, and from only one point if it is being served, okay, the problem can persist. So it is always better ki ETD should be hosted in individual repositories also. So really, it was really surprising. We surveyed it all and we found out that none of these universities have their dedicated universities, which we verified from websites. If anyone has, okay, they can object. Really, CU Odisha has their APOT. They had their ETD. We had the link also, but we could not access that. So these are the scores on mobile and desktop. Okay, you can see the accessibility scores, and this accessibility, okay, it is in terms of accessibility of the website. Okay, not like the manual one which we are taking ki full text is available or not. So you can see I have highlighted those, okay, which are like Central University of Rajasthan. You can see accessibility score and best practices, like when you are designing the front end of the website or your that repository website. Okay, so what kind of thing is there? You can really see this SEO thing is very much 97 and 100 for this CU Rajasthan, and this really reflects there in the Google page ranking. Okay, we will go to that slide later, and okay, so we should go to that. So this one is like we performed that search string thing, okay, and in incognito window, and there we found out ki really you can see thesis and dissertation, thesis and dissertation Central University of Rajasthan. Here you will not find any Sodh Ganga link, but for all other three, CU Haryana, this Punjab and Odisha, okay, you will find the Sodh Ganga link. It is above that maybe the individual repository. It is happening because of that SEO and the structure of website only. The repository which we are creating, we are not very much maintaining, and the front end we are not very much modifying, okay, means like updating. Okay, that is the reason Sodh Ganga is being propelled first. So this was the thing, and then in terms of content and through platform, so again, Odisha we cannot access, so only these three are remaining. Really, we were very much disappointed ki we were surveying all that 13. We wanted to survey all that 13, okay, but we find out only 4. But these are the results. Okay, so it is the same thing. Really, I put this slide because these are the really recommendations, okay, which can improve your that SEO and performance and all those things. Okay. That is, thanks a lot. And just one thing I want to say, ki this really accessibility and this findability, these are very much essential parts of user experience of your any repository or any website which you are creating. And really in technical session 7 also, there is one paper, okay, I have co-authored. It really covers the UX part of that, and we will see, okay, what is there.
Thank you,
okay.
thank you,
Thanks,
Ramesh, for your nice. Okay, please, we can have a question. Ramesh, please. Yeah. So we'll have one or two. Let us.
Yes, sir. Sir, these were newly established central universities. I missed on the part in methodology. We have selected only those central universities which are established in 2009 Act. Okay, and only
okay.
established one, not the upgraded one.
I think that is clear, huh?
You mentioned about SEO.
Yes, sir.
And can you explain it a little more on that?
Sir, really, search engine optimization is like mostly the search engine, okay, it works on the keywords, okay, and there are descriptors there, okay. If you define those descriptors in your...
Now wait.
Yes, sir.
Descriptors for what? Each item in the collection or for the entire...
Sir, for each item you will have its own individual pages, okay, so there also you can have. And if let us suppose you are creating a like community, and then community page will be there, and then sub community page will be there, so there you can really add that. For example, like in OJS system, if you will find, okay, there you can find the descriptors, okay. And
but the keyword is meant only for an item, not for the entire website.
yes, sir.
and you are talking about the entire visibility of the entire website.
Yes, sir. Right now, we took only the front thing only, but really we can enhance that also if we define it very well. Really, it goes to that thing which I think last that KG Sudhir sir's presentation was there.
Anyway, I cannot agree with what you are saying.
Okay, sir.
Let us
I am agree
appreciate
with that, sir. Thank you.
his study. I think that is very interesting. He has done some study that is beneficial to the basically community users and all. Even that can be improved by the respective university to improve their ETD so that it can discoverable to many people, right? So your point is okay, but thank you very much, Somesh, for. Now let us move on quickly. Now we have a basically commercial presentation now. So Arjo is there. Who is going to present? Oh, Prakash is here. Now Prakash, take only 10 minutes to finish this. 5 to 10 minutes, right? Then I have options to stop him within 5.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Prakash, and I'm representing eGalactic here. And the product that we are going to talk to you about is eArjav, which is an honest approach to address plagiarism. So, our view on why addressing plagiarism is critical because one is that it will lead to solid research and publication, and finally application of that knowledge, which can essentially lead to generation of patents and value creation for the individual, country, society. And at the same time, it's also about driving honesty and integrity in everything that we do. But it's also important to look at when should we start addressing plagiarism. Right now, our focus is mainly at the top, which is basically research work and PhD work. But if we look at research and PhD, that's where we are looking at people generating 200 pages of thesis and text on their own. And we expect them to be able to write 200 pages on their own. But yet, if we have not prepared them to write 1, 2, or 20 pages on their own, so are we doing justice to them? So our view or thought is that it should start early in their life. Maybe because we are focused in higher education, we say at least when they get into the bachelor's, we should ensure that plagiarism detection system is used for whatever they are generating, work they are generating. So what does Arjav means? Arjav is from a Sanskrit word, which essentially means honesty. And eArjav is honesty in everything that is being done electronically. So eArjav is a joint venture between Anti-Plagiat and eGalactic, and we are committed to addressing plagiarism in the higher education in India and globally. So eGalactic has been in the space of higher education for more than 15 plus years. We provide products in different domains which can add value to the quality of education, which is in plagiarism detection system, where we have eArjav and Anti-Plagiat. Then we also provide human anatomy software. Then we have significant number of business simulation games in areas of marketing, finance, and strategy. We have now ventured into lab and research space also, where we have EV labs and robotic labs as well. So we have quite a solid experience in plagiarism space as well. And we are partnered with Anti-Plagiat, which is a Russian company which has more than 18 years of experience. And they are a part of Russian Innovation Hub, which is in Skolov. And there are more than 35 innovations and patents, because of which we have a very solid product which we are offering here. So the platform is used by more than 1,500 plus users across 18 plus countries, which includes 900 plus universities. And almost 2.5 lakhs or 250,000 users use it on a daily basis. Annually, we are checking 35 plus million documents. So the system is quite robust and scalable. Some of the key segments in platform customers in B2B segment. So the product can be customized based on your requirements. So if you just want to use it for an individual, that's possible. If you want to use it for a university, that's also possible. And if you want to use it for an entire country through a centralized administration, then that is also possible. So it has each level of requirements and customization possibility so that your individual administrative needs can be met. Now, one important difference how we look at plagiarism is that we try to focus more on plagiarism and less on similarity. When we say the difference is basically that if we look at 2 and 3 words similarity, we will find lakhs of matches. The moment we make it a complex combination of words or certain unique words, then it becomes, the number of searches will reduce. So we try to avoid as much as false positive as possible and focus mainly on plagiarism. And I just wanted to emphasize on this point because it came a lot in earlier discussions and also yesterday, that when we say UGC India has a policy on 14 words, it says that this is from the policy document, it shall exclude a common knowledge or coincidental terms up to 14 consecutive words, which means that not all 14 consecutive words needs to be excluded, and hence plagiarism report always needs to be reviewed by a subject matter expert. So eRJIV permits a distributed structure, so the admin, not just at a university level, but at an institute level, at a department level, can be made responsible so that every faculty and individual can have access to the system. Similarly, as we make the responsibility distributed, we also need to ensure that there is an accountability in the system. And for that, the original report always remains in the system. If there are modifications, this is done in the report, a new version of the report will be generated, but the original version always remains in the system. Some of our unique points is we provide really great best-in-class regional language solutions, and you can try it to check it. We are able to find AI-generated text recognition with minimal false positives. We also have a provision to find self-plagiarism. And lastly, we lead to zero manipulation of reports. So we are also, some of our key features also includes that we are able to find cross-language plagiarism detection also. So we can find that. And we also have developed image check now, which is in beta and will be launched shortly. And for all regional languages, we use OCR techniques to ensure that we have a better report. But I will still want to say that there are still limitations of the system because of limitations of OCR technology also. But yet we feel that we are able to do a job best in the industry. And currently we are also working on handwritten document analysis, and we'll be having solutions for that. We can also identify document structure and can allow you to have similarity comparison for a smaller part of the documents. So this is how we show AI-generated text, and you are able to identify that as well. And this is an example of image where you can see 0.86 corresponds to 86% similarity of an image. In the below you see 0.45, which is a 45% similarity in the image. We can find a similarity in 100 plus different languages and all the 21 Indian languages as well. And we are also able to show cross-language. So if someone is translated from, let's say, Russian to French or German, or even German to English, or say English to Hindi, so we are able to find those similarities as well. This is how a report looks like. So you're able to see different color coding based on different identification that we have. And on the right-hand side, you can see all the different sources from where similarity has been found. We also launched a side-by-side comparison now. So you can see a left side is the document submitted, and right side is the source from where the content has been found. And finally, we have a report that gets generated, which is customized to the requirement of that particular institute. You can put your logo and other requirements that you have. And you can see in this that you will always have the final adjusted report. And along with that, you will also have the original report, which clearly tells you that how much of adjustment or modification has been made into the report. And this brings nothing more but an accountability and also a transparency in the entire system to ensure that whatever changes or modifications that has been done either by the student themselves or by the subject matter expert is visible into the system. And if there is a requirement, the person can always go and review it. So that is all that I have. Thank you for your time and attention. And if you have any question, I'll be more than happy to take it now or in the stall as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash. Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have any question, then he is there. You can ask in tea time or lunch time. So now next commercial presentation is from Thomson Reuters. Thomson Reuters, who's, okay, you are here. So finish it presentation, 5 minutes, so that we can break for the tea.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing Westlaw today. And Westlaw is a legal research engine, and I would show you how it is relevant to different academic and research institutions, as well as different topic areas of research. Why Westlaw? Westlaw has a broader coverage, which is like 200 years of publishing experience it has. It is widely preferred across the industry and has primary and secondary law content. There are hundreds of expert legal editors who work on this product, and thousands of journals and thousands of global news database which is present there, including your Reuters news. Now, this is a map which shows, the presence of Westlaw. So you can see Westlaw is present in Canada, Ireland, UK, Middle East. You have different Westlaw for different jurisdictions. Now, why academic and research institutions choose Westlaw here? There are 140 million plus case law judgments that are published. There are 14,000 plus updates that are done every hour by our global editors. There are 600 expert authors who work on this particular product here. We have 2,000 plus journals and publications which are present in the database. And again, that's 200 plus years of expertise that is there in the product. So that enables you to have a comprehensive legal research, teaching and learning. The students stay up to date. They have you upskill the future labor force, support for legal writing, global perspective, case analysis, and citation tools is what they use. Empowering topical research here. So I'll discuss all the topics, why it is relevant to different topics here. Talking about medical and health research, Westlaw provides a comprehensive repository of healthcare laws and regulations, allowing medical researchers to stay abreast of evolving legal landscapes. These are some of the key benefits. How it is beneficial for healthcare industry here. See, comprehensive healthcare laws and regulations, ensuring ethical and legal alignment, understanding legal implications, and intellectual property support. These are some of the key databases which are highlighted and are present in Westlaw here, which is relevant to your healthcare research here. Now, I have shown some of the screenshots from the Westlaw database itself, where you can see this is section especially for health resources and what all is covered here. So you have your cases, trial court orders, statutes, and other regulations that are relevant to your health resources here. The bottom section highlights the news or the latest updates on the healthcare industry. The right-hand side has tools section, which might be relevant when you start using Westlaw and use these particular tools as well. And the bottom has featured publications. These are the books that are present in Westlaw, which are moreover related to the health area, which we have chosen here. This is again a medical litigator screenshot, how it is relevant and what all content is there for medical litigators. So it has your illustration, guides and summaries, journals, news, and other articles, and different types of other news, legal newspapers that are present there. Now we have a key number and a topical research section, which allows you to search accordingly the topics and the subtopics that are present there. So for example, health has been assigned a key number here, and you will find a number of subtopics which are covered under health section. If you choose any of the topics here or expand the topic fields here and select any of them, you'll find all the cases that are relevant to that particular topic. So this is a key number result where we have searched for medicine and how it will show you what all results are appearing for medicine here. So it will show you all states and United Supreme Court because we have selected the jurisdictions US here. So you'll find the US jurisdiction results here. Coming to the agriculture research, how it benefits in agriculture research, access to a vast legal database, you stay informed on changing agriculture laws, support for agriculture businesses, resource for land use, zoning and property rights. You have resolution of disputes and access to legal precedents, and case law for informed decision making when conflicts arise. These are some of the key databases which are relevant for agriculture research. Similarly, for defense research, it gives updates regarding military law resources, procurement law insights, legal considerations in national security, and classified information. Right-hand side will have your key databases, which are related to defense research. Then you have your scientific research here, which gives intellectual property assistance, coverage of patents, copyrights, and trade secrets, research ethics and compliance, regulatory guidance, and contract law support. Again, you have key databases on the right-hand side, which are relevant for scientific research here. Industrial research will have your product liability and safety, environmental law resources, employment and labor law support. Key databases will include your industry regulations, environmental compliance, contracts and commercial law, energy and utilities regulations here. Then you have technology, which focuses on intellectual property protection, data privacy, cybersecurity, contract law support. And these are some of the key databases, which includes your cybersecurity and data privacy, e-commerce and online business, antitrust and competition law. Now you have a vast newsroom section that is also covered across in Westlaw, which combines all the news from across the globe and puts it in one platform here. So you have indexed and categorized for effective research here. It has been done on the right-hand side, where you can see there is a browse resource news section here, and where you can see newspapers from across the world. You have journals, magazines, and newsletters from across the world here. These are some of the news which are arranged by topic. So this covers newspapers from India as well. It has Asia news as well. It has news from US and other countries too. So if you select any topic, you'll find latest regulations, latest news, latest market news for those topics as well. Another example here would be your All Asia newspapers, where you can select any of the jurisdiction, any countries here, and see the newspapers which are relevant to that particular country. The second screenshot shows you the India newspapers, which has been selected. And the third would be your Hindu newspaper, which has been selected here. And you can see the 10 most recent articles that has been covered here. So that will be all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for limiting the presentation. Thank you. जा रहा है चलिए
Okay, hello.
Yeah.
Madam, of the various disciplines, you
Yeah.
talked of medical, apparently medical, legal, and a lot of things. You even talked of military, so I woke up.
Okay.
So, but I found maritime law and space.
Yeah.
Space law, they were one of the most major things, I think, which were missing, or maybe they are somewhere here and you have not
So
brought them
these
out.
are actually some of the screenshots which we have taken, or probably some of the key databases which we have taken. We have a separate module which is for Admiralty and Maritime also available there. So which you subscribe through, you'll get all the Admiralty and Maritime resources on that.
Space. Satellite
Space, I'll have to check that, sir.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So now this is end of today's technical session and commercial presentation. Now I would like to request my colleague Gunjan to summarize the all proceeding to the audience. Gunjan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to summarize technical session 4. I think the technical session 4 is basically focusing on discoverability and access of e-theses and dissertations. In this session, total 2 invited speakers presented and enlightened us with their thoughts, 4 paper presentations and 2 technical or commercial presentations. First invited speaker was Nabi Hassan sir. Nabi Hassan sir very covered thesis and dissertation area at national level, international level, as well as institutional level. And the national level institutional repositories by various nations he covered. Sir also focused on the mentioned that peer-reviewed articles. Second number goes to thesis and dissertations are the most important type of the repositories. And he also mentioned that these are the invisible scholarships which are not covered in many databases. They are also covered only as a cited references in Scopus and Web of Science. Sir at last also mentioned that thesis should be come up under the purview of the Scopus, and Shodhganga should also cover the repositories. Not only we need to submit there, but if there are other repositories, they also come up, they also collect the data data from those repositories so that number can increase in Shodhganga as well. The second presentation was by Mr. Ardian from Zamibia. He covered he gave the emphasized on the importance of a metadata, and also covered the e-thesis and dissertation portals project of Zamibia, which is launched in I think 2018, and he conducted a study to identify the e-thesis and dissertation repositories in Zamibia, and mentioned that out of 10, 7 repositories were there and functionals, and there is no uniformity in data in their nation in Zamibia. The next presentation was Ms. Shivani. She covered the institutional University of Nagpur and mentioned that publication of a hidden research output should be made available. The next presentation was Mr. Abhijit. He mentioned the importance of ontology and semantic web, and semantic web tools can help in enhanced search and discoverability of e-theses and dissertations. Next presentation was Ms. Bhavyaji. She covered the thesis in disaster management, and she covered the thesis submitted in Shodhganga and the article outputs based on those theses. She also covered that number of articles produced based on those theses submitted in Shodhganga. The last presentation, paper presentation, was by Mr. Sumesh Roy. He covered the central universities established under 2009, and there are certain universities he mentioned that which are not have their own institutional repositories, or there can be institutional repositories which are not in public. They are maybe at their institutional level or available only on intranet at their universities. There are 2 commercial presentations by E-Arjav by Prakash Sardaji. Now he come up with a new product, E-Arjav. Earlier he is giving us presentations on OU Original or Urkund, and he mentioned that there are various, they have a multiple language format in their database, and they also check the plagiarism based on the translations if someone is doing, so they have that feature also in their database. And the last presentation was by Lipika from Westlaw. She's already giving us many presentations on a Westlaw, and Westlaw is a very good database in the field of law, which is covering not only a Indian perspective but also a international perspective as a Westlaw classic, and they are covering case laws and international content. They are giving us a very good information about their database, which will be helpful for the legal scholars and any universities which are working in the field of law. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you very much. Now this is end of this technical session. For now, I will request organizer, conference director. Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you very much. May I invite Manoj ji to honor and felicitate today's team. May I call upon both the invited speakers and paper presenters, please come on dais. Dr. Nabi.
Let us honor the chair. They maintained the time.
May I request
Ashok ji?
First, may I request Mr. Manoj to honor chair and co-chair. Then the chair will honor to all the paper presenters.
आप दीजिए ऐसे conference में.
नहीं कोई बात.
He is my friend.
अच्छा, he is your friend, but he is also my friend, not an enemy.
So I conference director sahab, I request you to honor. Gaur sahab आ जाइए please. He is going today. Yes. Token of appreciation, memento and proceedings. Take 1 minute. Thank you. Sir, आप खड़ा रहिए. ऐसा लग गया आपको भी मिल गया. Okay, now to Gunjan from Indian Law Institute. New Delhi. The institute which is just in the almost premises of Supreme Court of India. So they are in the law and it is under and Chief Justice is the governing board chairman of president of that. It's a big institute I have visited. Even Supreme Court I could get a view. That is apex court of India for legal matters for the other countries. So next please come Nabi Saab, speaker. आप खड़ा रहिए कुंजल जी थोड़ा इधर आप भी खड़ा दीजिए Dr. Nabi Hassan from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, one of the premier technology institute, ranked in top, whenever ranking comes in the worldwide, otherwise India top. Do teen hai? One of the tops institutes. Okay, so top 10. We have IITs here in technology, like MIT. Next, please, all of you can you come? We cannot spend much time. All people, please come. Speakers, paper present. All aa jaiye. Please. Your name? Abhijit. Central University, Tamil Nadu. Okay. Now, Ashok ji bhi dijiye thoda. ये ऐसा करके कहता मुझे नाम करने के लिए अच्छा होगा सुखमेश रेडी भव्या केपी सिंह साहब टू केपी भव्या so you become a very big library like him we wish name? Sumesh from Central University of Punjab, Batinda. Yes, I listened. Next. Prakash ji, E Arjav. Or Arjav ho gaya. Thank you. Or please, name? Lipika. So we have so congratulations to all the paper presenters and we thank on behalf of organizer for taking pain and coming here. Is it over? Now we are breaking for tea. Jamia. Zambia. Adrian. Yeah. If you both of you want to represent, you come. No issue. And this I will give. No, sir. I was just joking. No, you understand that. What do you expect? I will also be there. So thank you for coming to India. I will also touch it as if I am giving. Okay. And God bless. And your team next year in Africa. Okay. The football slogan next time in Africa. That's next time in Africa. Yes. So be ready with paper. They will give at least 5 travel grants if I'm right. I'm not very sure, but I feel NTLTD. So good paper. If you are writing, you will like Sri Lanka. We gave 3 this time. Similarly. So get ready. Ho gaya? So, now we are breaking for tea. Before that, who are the people presenting paper here? Poster. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hidesh? Poster. Morning, who are there? Next is poster. We are trying to combine only one. Morning. Can we put it into 2 o'clock session so that we can 2. So we are making a small change in the poster presenter. All poster will be presented at 2 o'clock and 2 to 3 in outside. But you can go and read that poster. But they will be available between 2 to 3 for explaining their work of the paper. This is one. And tomorrow, whoever is going, please fill your form. If anybody is left out for filling name for SOU, please give your name. And tomorrow our time start exactly at Right. 6 o'clock. Let us break for 5 o'clock for you. 5:30 to reach here. Yes.
And next presenters, please submit your PPTs in advance. Please submit your latest PPTs. If you have any update, please submit your latest updated PPT during tea break.
Well, once again, after taking energetic tea and coffee, we are here for 5th technical session. I am sure that it is a universal law that we can't grasp, digest, eat everything. We always selective. So take content which you love, like, eat and digest. So we are moving towards the 5th technical session. Once again, I on behalf of the entire team of InfluMnet welcome you all delegates. We had two very distinguished teacher and practicing librarian, India and abroad. May I call upon today's chair, Professor P.M. Naushad, and his counterpart, co-chair, Mr. Wilbert. Mr. Wilbert is here. Please welcome both the chair and co-chair, please. It's my privilege to introduce both the chair and co-chair. Professor Naushad, his name is PM Naushad. PM Institute means not Prime Minister, but a very prime mentor in the teaching and learning. He is currently the professor at one of the India's premier university, Aligarh Muslim University. He has more than 30-year teaching and research experience. He has guided dozens of research scholars and completed many research projects funded by DST, ICSSR, UGC, and he is one of the well-known teacher in India, a very familiar and loving face in India. So welcome you, Mr. PM Naushad ji. We had a very friend from, this is Zimbabwe Open University. And when we talk about the Open University, I had one example of Open University system. Because these are those universities without any sects, without any color, creed, and more importantly, age bar. Engage in the educating the mass people. And I had one very interesting experience. As I told you that I am also the PIC, professor in charge of program study in charge of IGNOU. In our country we have a IGNOU, which the tagline is the People's University, which is one of the biggest university in terms of the enrollment, not in India but the entire world. So at that time I was handling the Delhi Library Association. We had the study center, and one of the lady telephoned me. This is an interesting story. I will take only 1 minute. During the January season in Delhi, and it is too cold. And time almost maybe 12 o'clock or night, maybe 12:30 at night. I was on my bed with my wife, and at that time I have a landline. So one ring, then I avoid, then second. Whenever there is a confidential, the wife ears stands. Please pick up your phone. Then I took the phone, and there was one lady from Northeast. Are you speaking, Mr. Singh? I said, yes, I am speaking, Mr. Singh. Kehte, I am the student of IGNOU from your study center. Can you tell me that why I did not receive my study material? Maka, madam, this is at 12:30 at midnight. It is a cold, and I am with my wife. Is it a proper time for calling? So what? This is open. So I think they have such kind of freedom, such kind of flexibility. And I think most important, our mind should be the open. If we have a mind open, we can absorb the ideas. Because I believe, Hindi में quote है, किसी ने कहा कि there are certain disability in our bodies. Some people don't have their eyes, some people don't have their leg. But God has gifted something unique. Then I was one of the functions, and that was function for how empower the disabled people. how empower the able people. And I told them, nobody can empower the disabled people, only the ideas can empower the disabled people. Because I believe कि इंसान की शक्ति उसके विचार और आत्मा में होती है और विचार और आत्मा कभी विकलांग नहीं होते हैं. So have the ideas is a strong. So and everywhere we are just searching, we are looking for the information. Today is the world of information. We are all are hunger for information. Everybody fighting for the information. And information is a life. Information is also a critical life. So wealth. So we had Wilbert. So welcome you on behalf of the entire team for InfilmNet. And now we had many paper presentations in these sessions. I don't know that how many present here, but now I handed over the responsibility to the chair with a request that we had a very delicious lunch. After that, we have a poster presentation session. So with a humble request to the chair, please, I will not say much more. Please finish the session as the time is split in time. And now the show is yours, Professor PM. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much, Professor KP Singh, the director of this today's symposium. And I welcome all of you, all the delegates and the presenters, and my co-chair, Mr. Wilbert, to this fifth session of technical session of this ETD 2023. As far the list is provided to me, we have 10 presentations. After this, we have 2 invited talks. And I will try to finish within 1 hour. So I cannot do the things without the cooperation of the presenters. So I request all the presenters be to the point and present it in a crispy manner. Whatever the important things which you have to do, or whatever the done, or what the message which you want to give to our audience, give the importance to that. Otherwise, what will happen? The unnecessary introduction and other things will be there, and the important things which you want to convey, that we will not be able to convey to our delegates and our professionals. So concentrate the things, your original work. So with these words, I would like to start the session. With me, co-chair Mr. Wilbert is here. He is librarian, Zimbabwe Open University. First of all, I would like to invite the invited talk from Cecilia Kasonde and Lincoln Ferry. I think Cecilia Kasonde is here. Mrs. Cecilia Kasonde, she is assistant librarian in Kwame Nkrumah University, Kambe, Zambia. Please, Mr. Cecilia. She is talking on the topic, assessing and promoting metadata quality for electronic thesis and dissertations in institutional repositories using a policy-driven approach. Hope this will be useful for our august audience.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Cecilia Kasonde. I'm assistant librarian at Kwame Nkrumah University. I'm presenting the paper co-authored with Dr. Lighton Piri. He's a lecturer at the University of Zambia, assessing and promoting metadata quality for electronic theses and dissertations in institutional repositories using a policy-driven approach. We belong to a data lab at the University of Zambia. It's composed of faculty, staff, and students, both postgraduate and undergraduate. We are working in 3 main areas: data mining, digital libraries, and technology-enhanced learning. Visit us at datalab.unza.zm for more information. The outline of my presentation shall be as follows: introduction, problem statement, research objectives, methodology, results and discussions, conclusion, and recommendation. Electronic thesis and dissertations have revolutionized the way electronic research is now disseminated and accessed in higher education institutions. With the emergence of institutional repositories, ETDs have found a secure and accessible home. These repositories, as proved from the first day of our interactions here, play a pivotal role in preserving scholarly output, facilitating ease of sharing, and increasing the visibility of research contributions. However, the success of these IRs in achieving these goals hinges on the quality of metadata associated with the ETDs they host. The study is aimed at assessing the existing metadata quality in all higher education institutions in Zambia and explore factors that affect the quality of metadata, and also identify policy-centric approaches to promote metadata excellence. Problem statement. The discovery of these digital library information objects highly depends on the quality of metadata. Tani, in her 2013 research, observed that metadata is a key element in the library domain. This study, therefore, will intend to investigate the best practices that can lead to effective electronic thesis and dissertations metadata. Our objectives were as follows. The study explored the assessment of ETD metadata quality and the analysis of the ingestion process in all higher education institutional repositories, aiming to establish the role of institutional repository policies in promoting the quality of metadata. Specifically, the study sought to comprehensively analyze the quality of ETD metadata in all higher education institutions in Zambia, and additionally identify policy-centric factors that would negatively affect the quality of metadata. Methodology. For the first objective, 62 registered higher education institutions under the Higher Education Authority in Zambia were surveyed, 53 private and 9 public, as of January 28th. Online questionnaires were used to collect data. Once the higher education institutions had been identified and their institutional repository URLs verified, the researchers harvested data from the IRs for analysis using the OAI PMH, a qualitative analysis of ETD metadata from all higher education institutions with functional IRs was conducted. The study focused on the completeness metrics. The researchers developed a completeness metrics score based on the ND LTD ETD-MS, a recognized standard for the description of ETDs. In the completeness metric score, each individual metadata was assigned a weight. So the mandatory elements were given a weight of 1, and the optional elements were given a weight of 0.5. A score was assigned to each ETD based on the presence and absence of metadata elements. For the second objective, the sample was drawn from higher education institutions that have IRs. A purposive sampling method was used to select only institutions with functional IRs. Online interviews were used, and the target population were library staff involved in the ingestion process. For the third objective, in order to identify factors that affect the quality of metadata, online interviews were conducted from the 8 higher education institutions. This involved those who are involved in drafting IRA policies. Convenience sampling was used to draw a sample from higher education institutions that had functional IRAs. Results and discussions. From the table, we are able to see the number of institutions, the metadata elements that are present in each of these institutions, the mandatory elements with a weight of 1, and the optional elements with a weight of 0.5. The total score out of 10 and the completeness score. So the University of Zambia, according to the results, achieved the highest score of 5.34 for metadata quality. Other institutions scored between 3.93 and 5, indicating moderate quality with still room for improvement. Missing data elements included the contributor, format, coverage right, and thesis degree across all the institutions. The study reviewed the following challenges: lack of adherence to international standards like the ETD MS, which has 14 vital metadata elements. We also saw that there were missing elements across all institutions, mostly the optional elements. The study also reviewed that the missing elements vary across institutions, indicating inconsistencies in metadata practices and standards. Further, there was a tendency for these institutions to develop specific standards. This hinders interoperability and aggression. To address the issue of metadata quality, the study also explored the role that institutional repository policies play in these IRs. The study reviewed that 6 out of 8 institutions lack IR policies, an implication that only 2 institutions had IR policies. This is not a good sign, as we all know that IR policies provide structure, governance, guidance for effective management of digital content within educational institutions. So the absence of this policy might be the reason these institutions are facing the challenges outlined. During the interview session, some of the respondents acknowledged that some of these elements must be embedded in the institutional repositories, incorporating standardized metadata practices, provide training and support for metadata creators, implement quality control mechanism, compliance with all essential metadata elements. So once all these had been embedded in repository policies, would enhance the overall discoverability and accessibility of ETDs. In conclusion, effective ETD management requires comprehensive attention to the quality of metadata. In the era of digital scholarship, institutional repositories have become pivotal platforms for achieving and disseminating electronic theses and dissertations. The quality, however, associated with metadata plays a significant role in facilitating discoverability, accessibility, and long-term preservation. The study recommends institutions to adopt policy-driven approaches to enhance the quality of metadata, as doing so would enhance consistency and compliance, access control and copyright compliance, and also quality assurance. Those are some of the references that the study used. And in conclusion, I would like to acknowledge that we are grateful that we will be hosting the next symposium in Zambia. The value addition that this platform offers will definitely help us in addressing some of the challenges that this study has highlighted. I thank you, and we look forward to seeing you in Zambia next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cecilia. And she has presented it very nicely and given a comprehensive picture about the institutional repositories and metadata quality which they have in the Zambia. If anybody having any question, we can pick up 1 or 2 questions. Anybody? later on. Okay? And she has given a formal invitation to Zambia for next symposium. Okay? So thank you. Thank you very much. Next we have another presenter. We have Hepzibah Sharmil. She is a PhD candidate in University of Adelaide, Australia. She has done a lot of work as a co-chair of various projects at Australia. And India also, she is having credit for creator and developer of a e-midwife mobile application to combat labor complications funded by Dr. MGR DST project. And interestingly, she is the first to introduce the 3 minutes thesis originated from the University of Queensland. 3 minutes thesis competition for doctoral candidates in India. So I hope she can complete within 2 minutes this presentation. Okay, she is talking on knowledge discovery using citation connection, an innovative research tool. Okay, please start.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure and privilege to present this topic. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge our co-author, Mr. Austin McLean, who is at the moment in US, and another co-author from ProQuest, Mr. Pratap Das. And a bit about myself, born in India, did my nursing and moved to MBA from Anna University, and to Adelaide, I did my PhD, where part of my research is from ETD. And being fond of India, I moved back, and now I'm in Chennai, Chettinad University. And in my university, the Central Library is a core. Here, I would like to present the knowledge discovery using citation connection, an innovative tool for researchers. Electronic thesis and dissertation is a very valuable resource which come up from the research scholars. However, not many of them, nearly like 75% of the researchers do not cite and refer to the ETDs. However, ProQuest has taken a deep and a long breath in achieving this target. How? We have brought about 2.2 billion citations and 196 million journals, conferences, books, preprints, datasets, and patents along with ETD. And that tool is called as citation connection. Whenever the database dissertation company produces or launches a new tool, it creates an excitement among the research scholars. And let's find out what is the research scholars, guides, and the research librarians are talking about it. Let me first introduce about the citation connection and how it looks. When you get into global PQDT, all the ETDs will be clubbed together in 3 forms. One is about the fundamental research, and then the linked references, then the similarity dissertation. Fundamental research are the ETDs which are very fundamental and will be useful for you. And the similarity dissertations are those which you can refer, and they have got the similar citations together and in the references. So there's a tool, an innovative tool called a citation connections. So how does that reach to the community which is going to be used in the ground? So as researchers, we did an explorative research study to find out whether the acquaintance are able to understand the concept of citation connection. We wanted to examine the process of citation connection, what are the enhancement tools that is available, and is that really informative for the research people. We also gained insight into any challenges that would have happened over the encounter, and wanted to know how they would appreciate with it. This was the sample size calculations that we have done. Among a sample size calculation with 80% of confidential interval and 15% of considered dropout, our sample size was 189, where We included 110 research scholars, 65 supervisors, and 14 librarians from a leading university in India. We selected participants through cluster sampling, where they had homogeneity, but they were all heterogeneous population. We made sure we were selecting three vanguard institutions from the university where they have master's and PhD program, where the graduates need to submit their thesis in electronic, and they were speaking in English, and they are from Vanguard University, as I've mentioned. The data collection started like this. First, we met the dean or the head of the institution in person, sent them email, and for 15 days, the ProQuest PQDT Global was available for them for free. We have to have a very robust tool to get the data. How did we collect the data? We did the questionnaire, and we also did a pilot survey with the nursing college. We have got PhD program with 10% of the desired population. And with the feedback from the participant, certain interview questions were also converted into questionnaires, and we also attained in-person interviews as well. So these are our fascinating results. The demography included 105 females, librarians around 14, supervisors 65, and scholars 110. Their experience ranged from 10 to 15 years and 15 years and more. However, none of this demographic variable was significant. We also found that nearly a 66% of the people had not used ETD-specific search engines. We also found that the previous training, like attending a session from ProQuest, during PG research study, PhD research study, or while working, and no training. And this was highly significant at the p-value of 0.00. So this makes it very essential that awareness and an introductory session about ETDs and the innovative tool is very vital. Let's look at the acuity of citation connection. Whenever a person has got a working knowledge, it's important that a person has got three domains. One is the cognition. She has to have some intelligence in capacity to understanding the capacity of it, and have a good attitude and a positive attitude to adhere and learn more. And then the psychomotor, have to have the skill in adhering or manifesting whatever was learnt. We found the citation connection to be quickly learnt. It has given a comprehensive literature with Web of Science, and it has uncovered the literature gap. How it uncovered literature gap is when the foundational research is not available or is in minimum, we know that is a core area of study which any research scholars can take up. Affected domain, the participants said it is effective with a comprehensive topic. It has widened the research knowledge and developed the critical thinking. In psychomotor, our participants said it's highly easy to apply. Relevant citations they were able to gather, and in the citation referencing style, whatever they want, if they want APA, it was immediately able to convert, or Harvard style. So that was so good with that, and the intuitive search engine was good. Those were all qualitative data. We also endeavored into the interviews. What did you think about in three areas? What is the experience with citation connection? Then, what are the positive things that you would see with citation connection? And any challenges that you can feel? Our participants said the filtration of the topic, the fundamentals of the study, and the similarity index are so good and excellent. Easy to find out what we need. These are the words from the participants. We can use references according to our preferences as we need. Citations, they can be separated on the language and in the university option. So they were able to visualize the international and the national universities. There was no lag, good to use, useful study. Participants all said, we love the way it works. Yes, we want to use more of citation connection. Overall, the interlinks of citations and easy accessibility and easy to search is a highlight. The challenges that they said is no, nothing. An interconnection with PubMed would be an added advantage. They also said a challenge could be lack of awareness and lack of accessibility. If the university is not procuring that, then the scholars wouldn't have that, and lack of training. So, ProQuest being one of the important person who in bringing ETD into 400 universities around the world, and Citation Connection is a tool which was developed in 5th of June 2022. With our explorative study, we have proved that it is very highly useful, and now no more to look at ETDs separate to the journals. It is now connected with Web of Science, so you have there in your platform of research to develop yourself with citation connections. Thank you, and over to the floor for any questions. And this is how the citation connection looks for a review. Yes, comes along with the.
Okay, thank you.
With the library network.
People to
no, when they buy ProQuest, it comes along with an added add-on.
That means you gave them free trial access and then you conducted the survey.
As I said, most of the Harvard universities, they have ProQuest already, and this is an added-on tool that has been added.
Okay.
Yes. IIT, Anna University, Chettinad, they all have ProQuest.
Okay, thank you, Hepzibah, for your nice
Would you like to
presentation
add
on
on,
this topic.
Pratap?
Just to add on, sir.
So, question we can, now you have the question, or we can question
No,
we can
just
pick up?
just
Half a minute.
5 seconds, sir. So
Okay,
the trial was given for the participating universities. So the answer to Dr. Gopakumar's question is, yes, we have given trial, sir, 15 days trial.
Yes.
You know, Mike, I have doubt. Is it a application or it's an app, or you have the added feature to your ProQuest? No,
It's a new feature.
What is your role in this case?
I found out, I explored whether it is useful to the
Okay, you made a survey
participants
on,
or
you
not.
made a survey on this
survey and interview
feature.
questions.
Okay,
With
but
the librarians, research guides, and the scholars.
Okay, you made
They
a
are
survey.
the end users.
Achha, you made a survey, you are not developed a tool.
No,
isn't it?
they developed, and I explored whether it's useful on the ground.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, madam, just one clarification. That is what I'm missing here. That is one of your slides, you're stating that one equity and citation
Yes.
connections, and there are three categorizations
Yes.
are there. One is the cognitive, second one is rather the effective, and third one the psychomotor.
Yes.
Is it that these three divisions you made, this is you developed this one, or this is rather taken from Bloom's taxonomy to you applied there? Because these three divisions are actually there in the
Yes,
Bloom's taxonomy.
with the Bloom's taxonomy,
Bloom's taxonomy?
and we developed it as a researchers and validated with the pilot
but
study.
Bloom's taxonomy is for teaching pedagogical issues, but here you are doing that one for the practical level. That is a kind of survey.
Yeah.
How you are connecting these two things? That is a kind of a pedagogical model, and you are rather using that one. In the
It's a knowledge, and it's working. So we have categorized it as a working knowledge. For anybody to have the working knowledge, these three criteria are very important.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Right now,
Next questions. I think we can pick up question at the end. Okay.
Thanks
Okay,
for
thank
the
you.
listening. Thank you.
Thank you. I think people are more interested about these tools. Okay. I think Influminator also can think of developing such a tools, which is with added to the Shodhganga. I think it will be more useful for our Indian users and researchers. Okay, next presenter, Ms. Sakshi Devi and Dimple Patel. Available? Yes, please come. And next presenter is Vivek Ranjan is available. Vivek Ranjan. Vivek Ranjan, Manoj Kumar K and KB Agadi. Yes, okay. So Ms. Sakshi, please start. She is talking on ETD's metadata practices of Indian Institute of Technology, a comparative study. Okay, come to the result, okay? Don't speak about IIT and ETD. Come to the result, what you are getting it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sakshi Devi, and I am a research scholar in Library and Information Science Department at Central University of Himachal Pradesh. And the title of our work is ETD's Metadata Practices of Indian Institutes of Technology, a Comparative Study. The objectives of my study are to identify the metadata practices used by IITs in the description of ETDs and to study the metadata quality of ETDs in IITs. And for this, two approaches have been used, and 23 IITs websites were evaluated, and an online questionnaire was administered. And for the metadata quality, 3 metrics have been used: completeness, correctness, and consistency. The observation of my study, 78.26% of the IITs, they have established their repositories which are available in public domain. However, only 47.8%, 82% of them are accessible in public domain. In this table, the IITs which are on the left side are the repositories which are available as well as accessible in public domain. In the middle are the IITs which are available, the repositories are available in public domain, but when on clicking, they are not accessible. And on the right-hand side are the institutes whose repository is not available in public domain. IITs, maximum of the, except IIT Hyderabad, all accessible IITs repositories, they are using DSpace digital library software for the management of digital collections. And they are subsequently using Dublin Core metadata element set for the description of ETDs. And these are the, on left hand side are the DC elements and right hand side are the accessible repositories. Here the red color text elements are those elements which are found to be commonly used by all these repositories for the description of ETDs, which are contributor, date, language, subject, title, publisher. And the blue color text are the elements which are found to be used by particular repositories for the description of ETDs. For example, IIT Jodhpur is using dc.creator.researcher for the description of researcher associated with the ETD. And dc.guide is used by IIT Roorkee for the description of guide associated with ETD. On testing, it is found that only 5 repositories are found to be compliant with the Open Archive Initiative protocols, which are IIT Delhi, IIT Gandhinagar, and IIT Roorkee, IIT Hyderabad, and IIT Guwahati. It is found that only 4 IITs, IIT Delhi, IIT Guwahati, IIT Hyderabad, and IIT Roorkee repository ETDs are compliant with FAIR principles. However, ETD metadata of all the accessible IITs is findable as well as accessible. And 66.7% of the IIT repositories have no metadata standardization policy. And on the metadata quality, it has been observed some inconsistency has been observed in IIT Roorkee. There, for defining the DC.type element, in some of the collections of ETD, they are defining this element as thesis, and in some, they are defining it as others. The conclusion of my study is out of 23 IITs, 11 are accessible in public domain, and they are using DSpace software for the management of their digital collection. And there exists a metadata standardization policy, and it is found that majority of the accessible IIT repositories are maintaining good quality and metadata. And there exists a need to examine the repositories to determine if they are operational, and repositories should be compliant with the Open Archive Initiative, as it shows that repositories are following the concept of open access by allowing other repositories to harvest their metadata. And sorry for the inconvenience in my PPT. I've made it on LaTeX, and I couldn't, in LaTeX, we get the PPT in PDF form, so I couldn't present in slides. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think your presentation was very nice, and we couldn't understand what it is a PPT or what nothing is there. It was when you said it, then we noticed it. Okay, so don't highlight your weakness. Always highlight your positive things. Okay, so any the question we can pick up later on. Okay, we are going for next one. Vivek Ranjan, Mr. Vivek Ranjan, please come. He is talking on Shodhganga metadata standards and other electronic thesis and dissertation standards, a comparative study and analysis. He is comparing Shodhganga metadata standard and other standards. Okay, so you can come to the point. What are the differences you find in both standards?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Myself, Vivek Ranjan. I am working as a library associate in Shodhganga project, and my work on evaluation of Shodhganga metadata standard, a comparative study with global ETD standards. So these are the basic agenda which I have covered in my paper. This is the basic introduction about the InfluMnet and Shodhganga. Here I mentioned the Shodhganga created and maintained by the InfluMnet, and it's a prominent Indian digital repository which maintained since 2011, specialized in electronic thesis and digitations, and emphasize standardized metadata for global accessibility. Another part, Shodhganga bridges the gap between ETD and users, offer standardized metadata for enhanced global discoverability, and support academic research, collaboration, and recognition. These are the basic steps for submission of thesis on Shodhganga repository. First, the step is register or create UC account. Second step, verify login account by InfluMnet. Third step is registered UC submit their university thesis, content and associated information. And fourth step is the InfluMnet team validates the submitted metadata, thesis content and informations. And fifth step is publish the PhD thesis on the Shodhganga repository. And sixth and last step is notify admin and university coordinators about the published thesis. These are the basic file naming which you can find in Shodhganga repository. Just like 01_title.pdf, 02._certificate.pdf, and 03_abstract and add-on. These are my objective. First, I evaluated Shodhganga ETD metadata standards. Then I comparative analysis Shodhganga ETD metadata standard with other metadata standards. And third part is to make recommendation for improving Shodhganga metadata standards and contributing to the progress of ETD repository worldwide. These are the five steps of analysis. First step is Shodhganga metadata coverage analysis, Shodhganga metadata generality analysis, Shodhganga metadata interoperability analysis with other metadata standards, and another one is extensibility analysis with across the repository, and last one is result and findings. So these are the data collection and analysis part. First step is identify the relevant source. Second step, the gather information. Third is develop a search strategy. Fourth, collect prominent publications. Fifth, evaluate and analyze. Fourth, document and organize. And last one is synthesize and interpret. These are the evaluating Shodhganga metadata standards. in context of coverage and generality, where I can see that Sodhganga covered very precise metadata, just like title, subtitle, creator, researcher, subject, keyword, description, note, and release as on. And here is interoperability, where we can see that how Sodhganga is interoperable with other ETD metadata standards, just like modes, mates, WM core, and ETD MS, VRA core. This is the extensibility part where I compared the Sodhganga metadata standards with with the cross repository, just like NDLTD, Mark XML, Procust digitations, and Dart. Basically, this is the table where I can see that Sodhganga cover almost metadata standards. The income, okay. And this is the how Sodhganga metadata standards enhanced. First, documentation and user guide, providing the documentation and user guide. Second, metadata scheme maintenance. Third is the community involvement. Fourth is the collaboration alignment. And fifth one is the established a cyclic review process, ensure a scheme remains current and adaptively. And I recommended Sodhganga to use the JSON LD, which is JavaScript object notation for linking data for improve Sodhganga metadata standards and contribute to a more connected Scholar ecosystem. What are the benefits of JSON LD? Basically, JSON LD standardization ensure consistent metadata representation, interconnectedness, linked data to external resources. It's a semantic enrichment, adds semantic meaning to metadata, integration with the semantic wave, aligned with the semantic wave for data linking and querying. Leverage JSON LD for Sodhganga, improve interoperability, enhance discoverability across the platform, enhance data exchange, streamline collaborative initiatives, contextual information enriches metadata by linking to external resources, future proofing, ensure alignment with the emerging metadata trends. And here I mentioned the converted code, Sodhganga metadata into JSON LD. Here I mentioned the implication. Sodhganga is well prepared to adapt to evolving scholarly needs, fostering compatibility and comprehensive documentation. These are the key findings. Sodhganga metadata elements align closely with the global standard like WM core and ETDMS. In interoperability part, I found emphasized through the element like dc.identifier.uri, dc.source.university, and dc.language. Sodhganga extensibility is demonstrated by element like dc.subject.keyword and dc.format.dimensions. Sodhganga metadata practices strike a balance between regional and global norms. This is a conclusion part where I conclude in this paper, analysis of ETD repository metadata, Sodhganga balance approach, Sodhganga commitment to documentation, alignment with global standards. Key message: Sodhganga metadata practices are aligned with the international standard, comprehensive coverage and interoperability, enhance research accessibility, flexibility in metadata standard, position Sodhganga for future adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek.
Thank you so much.
You made a very attractive PPT. I think most of attracted towards your PPT, and you covered comprehensively both the standards of metadata in different ETDs. But I have one doubt. I think your one suggestion is JSON LD how to introduce. That is the suggestions you are giving to metadata. But in the objective, Show me the objective of your study. Objectives.
So I just compare.
They can show. Please show me. He's author. He's a Vivek. You are not author.
I'm author, sir. I'm presenter also.
No, you are author, no?
Yes, sir.
No, Vivek Ranchan. You are Vivek Ranchan. He's author. He's author. Okay. Show me your objectives, please.
Okay.
Objective later on. Yes, this
Yes.
one. Because you are conducting a study, so your third objective is to make a recommendation for improving Shodhganga metadata.
Yes, sir.
So, because you are comparing two things, so how you came to know earlier, you have to make a recommendation for Shodhganga.
Sir, in my research, I found that the Shodhganga not
No,
mentioned.
that is in the research, no? Before
Yeah.
research, how you came to know this? Shodhganga is, you have to be improving them. You feel something lacking in Shodhganga.
Yes.
So you are suggesting, with the objective you are suggesting for Shodhganga only.
Okay, okay.
That's what I'm asking. Because your study should not be biased. That is what I'm asking.
Okay, sir. I understand. No,
So your purpose is
not possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
So
Thank
take
you.
care of that things, eh? Okay. Okay, we have a next presenter. Maitri Ghosh and Gunjan Jain. They're talking on access policies and growth of print and online thesis in language universities in India. Yes, I think Ms. Gunjan Jain is here. Or Maitri, who is going to present? No, both of you not here. Okay. Okay, so next presenter, Ashish Mishra. Ashish Mishra. Yes, please come. He is talking on current status of electronic thesis and dissertations in Shodhganga by state universities in West Bengal. I think Infinity got many studies on Shodhganga now.
Very good afternoon to all. My name is Ashish Mishra. I'm a librarian from Buniadpur Mahavidyalaya, South Dinajpur, West Bengal. The title of my paper, which I'm going to present today, is Current Status of Electronic Thesis and Dissertations in Shodhganga by State Universities in West Bengal. So I'm skipping some my slides due to the time limitations. So I'm directly coming to my objective of the study. If I summarize my objective of the study, so in three major broader categories. So one is to measure the overall ETD contribution by the state universities of West Bengal, and second one is to measure their department-wise contribution and language-wise contribution. So here I would like to mention that each university on Shodhganga has been categorized under 4 metadata standards. The metadata, sorry, not a standards, metadata. One is keywords, second one is year completed. I have not mentioned here, but I have written here. One is keyword, second one is year completed, third one is language, and fourth one is department-wise contribution. So from there I have taken the language-wise contribution data and department-wise contribution data. So if I talk about methodology, so then it's simply a web-based survey in which I have consulted 2 websites. One is UGC official website for retrieving the list of state universities in West Bengal, and the second one is Shodhganga. So I have followed the 3 steps method. In the first step, I have searched the UGC official website for retrieving all the state list of all the state universities website, all the state universities in West Bengal. From there, I have retrieved that right now, presently, there are 37 state universities in West Bengal. So in the second step, I searched the Shodhganga official website for retrieving how many of the state universities have signed MOU with InflibNet. From there, I found that out of 37, 20 have signed the MOU with InflibNet. In the third step, I analyzed the Shodhganga website for the overall contribution of ETD by each universities, and their language-wise contribution and department-wise contribution. So I counted for each university individually. In this context, I have found some very interesting fact that first rank in terms of number of thesis ETDs uploaded, the first rank has been occupied by Calcutta University and followed by Jadavpur University, Kalyani University, North Bengal, Vidyasagar, and so on and so forth. So this pie chart is very interesting that 60% of the total number of ETs from the West Bengal is uploaded by Calcutta universities. So followed by Jadavpur University, 16%, and then Kalyani University, 12%, then North Bengal University, 9%, and Vidyasagar University, 3%. If I talk about language-wise distribution, then the maximum number of ETDs has been uploaded by in English language. 21,641 ETDs has been uploaded in English language, followed by Bengali, Sanskrit, Hindi, Urdu, Nepali, Santhali, Spanish. There are 1,005 number of ETDs whose language is not mentioned. They are categorized under others metadata. So their language is not known to us. So I have written here others. When it comes to department-wise contribution, then the science Department of Science from Calcutta University has uploaded the maximum number of ETDs, nearly 16% from the 60%. So 2,230 number of ETDs has been uploaded by Science Department, followed by Department of Chemistry of Jadavpur University, then Department of Geology from Kalyani University. And rest of the universities, you can check the entire article. So results, if I talk about results, so I found that out of 30 state universities in West Bengal, only 20 universities have MOU with InfluMNet, and out of 20, only 17 universities has submitted the ETDs in Shodh Ganga. Rest 3 have not submitted even a single number of ETD. Among 17 universities, the highest number of ETDs were deposited by University of Calcutta, that is 13,850, in which Department of Science has contributed the highest number of ETDs. Second position has been obtained by the Jadavpur University, in which Department of Chemistry has deposited the maximum number of ETDs. Third is by Kalyani University, in which the Department of Geology has submitted the highest number of ETDs. A total 6 languages were identified, that is English, Bengali, Hindi, Nepali, Sanskrit, Urdu. And the highest number of ETDs are deposited in English language, that is 21,641. Shodh Ganga does not mention the language of 1,500 number of ETDs. They are categorized under others metadata. So their language are not mentioned, so I have written as it is. They are categorized under others metadata. One more thing I would like to highlight, that I did not find the name of Netaji Subhash Chandra Open University in the list of MOU signed university, but still there on the home page of Shodh Ganga, its name is mentioned there that one ETD has been contributed by this university. But maybe the list is not updated in the Shodh Ganga website. That's why I did not find the name of this university. And very surprisingly, that the university has been was established in the year 1997, but only one ETD was found on the Shodh Ganga website. So lots of work is remained in that context. As a conclusion, I found that despite of the much effort by the UGC, only 20, that is 54.05% of the state universities from West Bengal have MOU with InfluMNet. Only 17, that is 45.9%, have submitted their ETDs in Shodh Ganga, and 45.9% of the total universities, that is 17, have even not signed MOU with InfluMNet. This study, if I talk about the effect of this study, so I hope that this study would motivate such type of universities to take the necessary steps in their policy for agreement with InfluMNet for submitting their ETDs, and the existing universities in Shodh Ganga to actively submit their ETDs. Apart from this, I think that's enough, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashish. He has given a comprehensive picture about what is the status of Shodh Ganga ETDs from the West Bengal. So I think it is things we have to think about why these universities are not signing memorandum MOU with InfluMNet. And
sir, I think sorry. It's my own perception that I think the major problem we are facing in West Bengal that we are lacking in technical staff. Each and every university is...
I don't think so. The technical training, influential people will be ready to give trainings. And anybody can upload it. It's not a big issue.
Sir.
But the thing is that UGC also given instruction, clear instruction to the universities. They have to upload that things.
Only vice chancellors are there, and most of the universities, the vice chancellor, they do not have that. So these universities are
Sir,
not having
this
the
is
registers.
not job of vice chancellor, sir. Manoj here.
So, okay, I know that one. It's okay. So only the registrar, no finance officer, and most of the universities, they are not having their premises also. They are doing, because we know that one, Darjeeling Hill University is there, where the space is not there. In our university, they are coming for examination. So vice chancellor cannot sign MOU if you do not produce anything. So where is the concept of signing MOU? So,
Thank you. That's a comprehensive analysis of West Bengal, which is true with many other states also. We will not enjoy like telling about West Bengal, but that paper. Aziz, thank you, congratulations. I just want to tell you what I can do. Sir, with your permission, what I can do you. His paper, I will send it to the Secretary Higher Education West Bengal. Paper as it is, mentioning that this has been presented in the international conference, mentioning that this, what is the figure? In fact, Bihar has taken initiative at the higher education department. Whoever has not signed, all VCs are being called, surrendered, and asked to sign together. So this kind of things are also happening. And about one thesis, in FilmNet, he mentioned only one thesis uploaded without MOU. So we generally encourage universities to test their first thesis, so that whenever they start uploading, they can start uploading. So for first thesis, we don't need that MOU. So that means they tested it right, but MOU still waited. Now I can write 2 letters. I'll tell my team 2 letters, 1 letter to this university. You have already tested, why you are not signing MOU? Okay, this is how it works. Like.
University, and he is the person who is taking the evaluator also, and that is why they got D in NAC, Ranganj University. So they got their 12B in the last year only. So 2F for at least 6 or 7 years, but they got 12B because I was associated with the Ranganj University for some of the issues, and whenever we got this information, we were rather shocked. That is how one vice chancellor can be the school supervisor. So whenever he was from economics, but he supervised history, he supervised geology, even he supervised computer science also, and at the same time, okay. Thank you.
I think it is not only I think West Bengal. Yes, such type of practices will be there in different states also. So I think UGC is doing a very important role nowadays. They brought out 2009 regulations, and later on they also modified, and they're very strict on it. I think if they came to know the things, maybe they will take some action in this regard. Okay, so we are going for the next presenter, Parmar Bhavini. Is here, Parmar Bhavini? Yes, please. And she's having another co-author, Surabh Patel. So Parmar Bhavini is going to present it. She's talking on user experience and accessibility challenges of electronic thesis and dissertations. Okay, would you please come to the point.
A very good afternoon to respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear friends. I am Parmar Bhavini Lakshman Bhai. I am a senior research fellow at Indian Institute of Teacher Education, Gandhinagar, Center of Education. Starting with my PowerPoint presentation, avoiding the plagiarism, I would like to tell that the first slide of my PPT is taken from the brochure of the symposium. So as I am belonging to the education field, so we are the community which is the mass of the users of ETD. So I am coming with the topic, that user experience and accessibility challenges of ETD. My co-author unfortunately not present right here, but I acknowledge him here. So skipping the introduction part, coming to the four objectives of my study, three objectives were predefined and the fourth objective was added in the end of the study. That first, to identify and understand the user experience and accessibility challenges faced by users of ETD through a survey-based approach that the users I have taken as a postgraduate students and research scholars. Then secondly, to explore the factors influencing that user accessibility and in the context of ETDs, specially focused on user interface design, information architecture, searchability, readability, and multimedia integration. Then the third one is to assess the impact of these challenges on the effective discovery and utilization of ETDs based on survey responses, and to provide actionable recommendations to enhance the user accessibility and the experience of the users, if find any. So the survey approach was applied to conduct the study, and a questionnaire has been used to collect the data for the study, and the data has been analyzed by a descriptive statistic analysis. So come to the result, I have make it as simple as possible. That first, to frequency of using ETDs, that very frequently masters and researchers are using ETD. Then devices used, here one concern is that cell phones are not mentioned or recorded as to use ETDs, as they are very much comfortable with the ETD using by desktop, laptop or tablets. Then satisfaction with the user experience, the data can easily say that they are very much satisfactory result for the use of ETDs. If coming to the challenges encountered using ETD platforms, that complex navigation, inconsistent layout, limited search functionality, difficulty assessing multimedia content, issues with the text readability, and lack of alternative formats for accessibility. So accessibility challenges, as I can see that 20% of the users are not facing any specific kind of challenges, but some are like insufficient support from the screen readers, inadequate keyboard navigation options, poor color contrast affecting readability, lack of alternative text for images, inaccessibility, multimedia, video and audio, difficulty realizing text or adjusting fonts, incompatibility with the assistive technology, and slow searching. So the rate of navigation difficulties, as such 13.3% are having no difficulty in the navigation, but minimum to moderate difficulties are having by users. That can be reasoned by, that is another subject to research. Then search functionality in ETD platforms is very effective by the users. Multimedia content, here the record is that very frequently and occasionally they definitely users find the multimedia content on ETDs, that is satisfactory. And the satisfaction with the readability text is also positive in the accessibility of user experiences. Some reading challenges are there, but yes, 26.7% users are not facing any readability challenges, but some are like font size too small, font style difficult to read, insufficient spacing between lines of paragraph, text layout and formatting issues affecting readability. So satisfaction with the structure, it is very much satisfied by the recorded that they are satisfied with the structure of the ETD platforms. And yes, satisfaction with availability of alternative formats of ETDs. Still there are number of users, they are still going for the alternatives of ETD. Orientation and awareness can make this percentage high in the future. Confidence in ETD usage, users are very much confident nowadays to use the ETD compared to the alternate sources. And user continuity, this is I have taken as a micro scale research, as I have observed that very few users discontinued their using ETDs due to this difficulties, challenges faced by them. But this can be also improved. Effect of users' challenges on productivity and learning experience. Of course, this vast source of knowledge can definitely help to produce a quality research work and content for everyone. But if it is affecting to the productivity, then it is a concerning aspect. So the major findings of the research is that highlighting a range of difficulties encompassing navigation complexities, readability issues, and accessibility barriers. By investigating, I have found some factors that availability of the clear information interface designing, organization, limited search functionality, readability concerns are there. And identifying these factors, some recommendations I have mentioned here. One I want to add here, that if the mass community and the users are properly oriented with the proper use of ETD, and so that they can best utilize these platforms and they can use it in their research knowledge, and they can give a quality work for everyone in every field. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Parma. You have very interestingly presented your paper.
Thank you, sir.
And given a lot of challenges what the users are facing it. So one thing I would like to ask you.
Yes, sir.
This questionnaire you developed it, or you have taken questionnaire from somebody else?
Sir, I have developed it.
You standardize this questionnaire, or?
No, sir. It is as a micro levels. I have not standardized it as so
because
far.
there is some content validity if you are considering it.
Yes, sir.
So there will be something lacking there.
Yeah.
Means
Sure,
when-
sir. As I'm expecting it for a larger scale, and I will definitely rectify the errors in the tool right now, and I will
you have
further
to
extend the study in future.
Okay, yes, one question. Gopakumar, you want to ask?
You mentioned initially that you have added an objective after conducting the research.
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair idea?
Sir, actually, I have modified it. That I have mentioned.
You openly mentioned that.
Yes,
I
sir.
added it after conducting the research. It is totally unethical.
Okay. Sorry. So I want to correct it. That I have modified the fourth objective that sir has mentioned in the previous presentation. That how can you be? So I should not be a bias. So in the previously I have mentioned recommendation if find any challenges, and then I have modified it. The recommendation.
Absolutely, you are not supposed to add an objective after conducting the, and also even the hypothesis. It is to be formulated prior to the research.
Okay, sir.
You cannot have it after the research.
Okay,
and
sir.
don't mention it even if you do it.
Okay, sir.
But she is a true honest researcher. So we have to encourage that one. That you have to encourage.
Thank you so much, sir. I will definitely keep this in my mind, and I will surely rectify all the errors I'm facing. So I'm very much grateful to be here and get an opportunity to present my knowledge in front of you, so I can be a better researcher in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Be honest. No problem.
And
Thank you.
Bhavini is going to face PhD Viva tomorrow. Hopefully, Gopakumar sir will not be there. Okay.
He is very experienced researcher.
Wish you all the best from our side, ETD. Let you be
Okay, thank
Dr. Bhavini tomorrow.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
tomorrow is there.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
She, with a lot of constraints, she came here to present it because
good,
you know tomorrow is Viva. So you can
Okay.
imagine how.
Congratulations in advance.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have. You want to ask? Okay, yes, please.
Thank you for mentioning accessibility, because that's another thing I'm working on for our team at UT. We look at accessibility metadata, and we haven't looked at the ETD because we look at our general collections, like in a streaming video. Actually, we start with the physical DVDs, and now we should look into accessibility. But so I want to ask if you have found anyone in your group using accessibility metadata that's maybe coming from the Blue 3C. There's accessibility metadata in the web standard. Have you found any in your study?
Ma'am, right now I'm not able to specify it for you, so I will check it and I will let you know.
Yeah, if you look up W3C, accessibility metadata, there should be information there. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And for in FlipNet and Chatganga, I hope you can look into it too. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going for next presenter. Yes, Panna Chowdhury and T.S. Kumbar. She is here. Okay, Ms. Panna Chowdhury is going to talk on electronic thesis and dissertations, a scientometric analysis of research publications.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. I'm honored to be here for just to share our own research findings and some of the insights that we got after doing this study. So this is the outline of my today's presentation. So in today's era, the thesis dissertation significance is, this is how I put it across, that it adds new knowledge to the different disciplines, and always new knowledge always sets the base, or maybe we can say it like it sets the foundation for the further research, and it's it has been a kind of essential for the doctoral degrees. So we all know that the digital transition has, it's there, shift from the print to digital, and the institutions, there are many institutions who only accept the digital copy of the thesis. It also helps in the just to reach out to the globally and promote the collaboration and the innovations. So it's nothing but just to, the different electronically available thesis, one can submit or preserve it and make it available for the access. So these are the main benefits of the ETDs, why we should have it.
Please come to the point.
So the accessibility, searchability, and integration cost, the best measure advantage is the cost saving, and we can reach out globally. This is how it came across. This 4-5 were our objectives of the studies, and this is what we used. We just designed a very simple query, and using that we got this result. And these are some criteria for the analysis. So we came up with the different results there. And this is what this was a very small study, and based on that we found this result. This is the research, different document types. One can always look at, make a search in the database and come up. These were the top 10 resources. Very first, I know it's, currently not covered, but there are others which are there in the pipeline. And the different documents, where the affiliations, one can see that Virginia Institute is on the top. These are the top authors. Authorship patterns was discovered. And what is the ratio of the collaboration was there. And the language is always it's dominated. And these were the keywords used in the title itself. So this is the conclusion with the 4-5 points that we came up. It's a growing and important source for the scholarly research overall. And anyway, the cost and everything was part of my benefits. The third one is implications for researchers, librarians, and the policymakers. This is very important point that we came up with, because it's going to be useful for all the three kinds of different stakeholders there, and they can get the benefit from. And growing ETDs and evolving technologies may attract the future researchers to explore further in this area. And accurate, and this is kind of maybe the difficulty what I came across while pursuing this study. So based on that, I'm just recommending that accurate and comprehensive metadata increase the chances of ETDs being included in the important databases like Scopus. So if we all keep our metadata quite accurate, complete, that helps to get our documents indexed properly in that one. So with this, I just thank you all for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Panna Chowdhury, for a brief presentation. Okay, next presenter, Alagnanda Rajawat. Alagnanda Rajawat, and SPS Shekhawat and Manoj Kumar K. Present? Yes, please. So Ms. Alagnanda Rajawat is going to speak on ETDs on public domain, cybersecurity and intellectual property rights issues.
Suprabhat, one and all present here and who are attending this program on social media. I am here presenting this paper on ETD on public domain, cybersecurity and intellectual property rights issues. It is topic of law domain. It is not specifically from library science. I am presenting on behalf of Professor SPS Shekhawat sir and Manoj Kumar K, who helped me out in finding data from Shodh Ganga. This research paper investigates how electronic thesis and dissertations, cybersecurity, and intellectual property rights intersect. It examines the impact of technology and the internet on accessibility, protection, and misuse of information in the public domain. The paper emphasizes the importance of cyber law in safeguarding IPR and addressing cybersecurity threats. It aims to identify challenges and proposes solutions related to public domain, IPR, and cybersecurity. The adoption of electronic thesis and dissertation represents a notable advancement in academia driven by digital technology. Previously, thesis and dissertation existed in print, limited access to a small audience, and taking up physical library space. The internet and digital tech have revolutionized how research outputs are shared, accessed, and preserved, expanding opportunity for dissemination. I am skipping some slides. An electronic thesis and dissertation is legal issues surrounding cybersecurity, copyright, and intellectual property rights in electronic thesis and dissertation are subject primarily confined to academia and public resources. The protection of intellectual property rights is critical in the digital realm, encompassing not only the creative works but also innovations embedded in academic publications, particularly in the context of PhD theses and dissertations. Addressing these challenges require a multifaceted approach that comes with legal measures with technological solution, intellectual property rights, which grant ownership and protection for intellectual creators, play a pivotal role in safeguarding the rights of the researchers. Objective is safeguarding the intellectual property and copyright of electronic thesis and dissertation is essential, especially in open access platform. Online platforms have made it easy to copy and distribute copyright content without the owner's permission. Intellectual property rights play a crucial role in safeguarding creators' works in the digital domain. This paper delves into legal and technical measures needed to ensure the legality of ETDs. It seeks to strike a balance between open access and copyright protection by addressing the challenges of digital era. The paper aims to find ways to protect academic works effectively.
Creating awareness of intellectual property rights and the consequences of infringement should be prioritized on both national and international level. The awareness can be incorporated into levels. This awareness can be incorporated in educational curricula and research programs, ensuring the individuals are well informed about their rights and legal repercussions of copyright violations. Nations are encouraging and take initiative to protect the IPRs of individuals not only at the national but also at the international level. Collaborative efforts between countries can strengthen the legal framework for safeguarding intellectual property, offering a more comprehensive approach to protecting creators' rights in the realm of technology. It is proposed that tools be developed to identify intents of copy-paste data and data manipulations through synonyms and antonyms. Such software can aid in detecting and preventing plagiarism, further ensuring the integrity of ETDs. Electronic theses and dissertation are typically made available for public access in open access repositories, making them susceptible to unauthorized copying and sharing on various online platforms. While plagiarism checking tools are a valuable resource, they come with inherent limitations, particularly in dealing with regional language content and several availability during content checks. To address this, it is suggested that the Indian models and policies which mandate a similar check over awarding thesis by institutions should be adopted as a standard practices across all ETD repositories. This can enhance the protection of academic content from unauthorized duplications. As awareness of intellectual property rights continues to grow, it becomes increasingly important for the research community to sensitize to the risk of content theft and copying from ETD repositories. This heightened awareness can lead to production of high-quality research content and further advance the socio-economic and cultural development of the nation. Slowly but steadily, individuals are recognizing the significance of protecting intellectual property rights in the academic and digital landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alagnanda, for your nice presentation. Because this topic, it is, in our case, as a library science field, we are neglecting the copyright issues and other things. Because we are not an expert in that field.
Yes.
She is the faculty of law,
Yes.
isn't it?
By the motivation and support of Manoj sir, I am able to hear.
That she's already taken anticipatory bail. This is the support of Manoj. And if you have a question, you can ask it to him. Question आपसे पूछना है ये सही already okay no there's no question. She's already said in beginning, she said this is a paper of Shakawat and Manoj Kumar. I am on behalf of presenting it. She's taken already anticipatory bail, so don't ask any question to me. That's just a joke.
Like he was telling now, every paper I put my name now. Like Vice Chancellor. No, it is not like that. She did it, we joined it.
Your contribution
He
is
provided me Shodh Ganga cases.
Yes. So I think the such type we have to encourage such type of legal studies because yes.
This could have been turned to be a good paper. You know, Shodh Ganga people are downloading, selling it on open platforms. And when we created the abstract, extended abstract, a good amount of study has been done when we did it in extended abstract. Then when it is making paper, there was a legal issue popped up from court. Now it is sub judice. So we cannot continue with the data which is already questioned by one of the case studies. So we have kept it in this paper. Now let it be over. After that we do it. And the court case has gone to high court level legal issues. So we also have this issue. When your things are sold by somebody, we have to legally only make it. We don't have any option. And unfortunately, I don't know whether you listed Amazon, eBay, sabhi mein hai legal. So we did not put, we had the link, we had 5 links of one of the book. So this challenge India we face. We wrote to Amazon also, asked the researcher to take, and somebody filed a case and it is legal, sub judice. So that challenge is there. So we cannot reveal all details in this paper. Okay. Yeah, we legal support we don't, but we tell that this is the way you can. You are the copyright owner. We only have non-exclusive right to host the content on Shodh Ganga. The copyright and everything lies with the researcher and the university. They have to read. Creative come on. But this happened, and the cost of the book amazing, $40, $80 to download the book. They are available freely for Shodh Ganga. Sir Chairman, sorry. Time hai? You have time?
Yes, I think we can discuss later on.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll discuss.
So, actually, some books I have seen some books. There is a name of author is there, but if you read that about the author, so we cannot identify this person is live or it's a virtual. There is no address. He is working as for last 20 years and he's done a PhD. No detail about this location, whereabouts. And such many books are published by the publishers, and they bring in the books to libraries. Libraries are purchasing it, and publisher, one name publisher will be this today will be one name, and another tomorrow will be the publisher name will be separate. So we cannot go for the legal case also in that cases. We don't know nothing about the whereabouts of the publisher author. This is a good business going on in India now. It's a very pathetic conditions. Okay, so we have, one thing is that we have to be aware about librarian and the researcher. They should be aware about these legal issues. Okay, thank you. And we have one last presentation. It's a commercial presentation by ACS. Please, any representative from ACS? This is the last presentation.
You can use this for next previous.
First of all, I would like to thank you for allowing us to present over here. My name is Milind Wag. I'm from CS SciFinder. Most of you knows about this product, but still I will explain you what are the current enhancement and what we do and what we are exactly. So I know this is a little bit a different topic what we are discussing since morning. But just to introduce you what we are, this is the one of the best platform what library can offer to the users, and we are very popular among all users, especially those who are related to the science. Without wasting much time, I know you all are waiting for the lunch. I will start my presentation. So yes, we are the CS. ACS and CS are two different divisions. CS is more related to chemical abstract services. To specify more, we are the one who assign the CAS number, CS number, to each and every chemical in the world. It is a unique harmonized number which is used to identify a chemical apart from all language barriers and region barriers. So in this presentation, yeah, this is me. My name is Milind Wag. I'm representing SciFinder since last 7 years. So in this presentation, we'll see what is CS, what we are, and what we do exactly. Brief introduction about SciFinder, and yes, some case studies. And if you have any questions, especially from the library department, those who do not have technical background for the SciFinder, I will be more than happy to answer your all questions. Yeah, CS. As we discussed, we are the one who assign the CAS number to each and every chemical in the world. Having this authority, we have 360-degree information for each and every chemical in the world. So having this information like how you can, so let's say if you are talking about a particular chemical, you can find patents related to that chemical, the way to synthesize that chemical, applications of that particular chemical in different departments, like let's say not only for the chemistry, but now we live in the world of the chemical, like chemicals are everywhere, right sir? So it goes in the color. This red color has some red color pigment in it. Your eyes are transferring the chemical energy to visible energy. So these are also chemicals. So we are surrounded by chemicals, and chemicals are integral part of our life. So we cannot say that we are not belong to chemistry or chemical science. So yes, chemistry is everywhere. That's why we are everywhere, because SciFinder will give you information of how chemicals can impact researchers' life, or what things we deal with the day-to-day life. So how we do it? We have team of more than 2,500 scientists with us. They go to through daily published literature like patents, journals, and other articles. They extract that information from that particular source and put in SAFfinder without changing its original content, without changing its original meaning, but in a such a way that it will be easy for the users to extract that information from this platform. Yes. So recently you may have noticed that we have changed our logo. This includes so CS represented by this logo nowadays, which represents hindsight, which gives us a back discovery, insight, where we are dealing with the problem and we are trying to find out some solution for a particular problem. And the brightest part of this logo is our foresight, represents the future. Okay. So any data you find in a SAFfinder is not machine dumped or copy pasted data. It is curated, connected, and analyzed by our specialist. I will give you a very simple example. You may not relate that example because you may not from that background, but I will try to keep it very simple, not that technical. So let's say you are a researcher and you are trying to find out some anti-cancer drug from the internet. When you type anti-cancer word on the internet, internet will go through its own algorithm, and they will try to find out those phrases only, anti-cancer. But let's say I am author of some patent and I am not using anti-cancer word anywhere in my patent. So unknowingly, researchers may tend to lose a lot of data just because of their terminology with author are not matching. So here in SAFfinder, what we do, we will try to correlate that research topic or that particular chemical by each and every its possible alternative names. Let's say anti-cancer, I may also mention anti-tumor, anti-leukemic, that word in my patent or journal. So no matter by which terminology you are trying to search that particular patent in the SAFfinder or that research article in SAFfinder, we will still try to give you all related research article for that. That's why getting data is not a challenge nowadays. You will get so much data on internet also. You will actually spend maximum time to analyze that data. Analysis of that data makes the difference. So you get the most accurate, most authenticate, and gold standard data in SAFfinder. So what we do, how we do it? This many dots. It also we call as junk. What you get on the internet. We convert this junk by removing all unnecessary information into data. We convert that data into information, hindsight, and gives you insight. Insight is ultimately useful for the researchers to conclude, to arrive at the conclusion, and those confident research-related decision makes a difference in their day-to-day life. So nowadays, patent or research article, they try to cover more and more departments. They try to cover more and more topics. Because of this, patents and related research articles are getting complicated. Users are facing many troubles to get their related research article because those articles are becoming more and more complicated, because same article will talk about synthesis, same article will talk about analytical information, they may talk about pharmaceutical information, other chemical stuff. But with SAFfinder, you do not need to worry about that, because we try to connect and correlate this information, no matter from which department or which background this information belongs to, you will still get the interconnectedness of that particular information in the SAFfinder. So SAFfinder also covers not only chemistry, it will cover the biotechnology, microbiology, biology, zoology, basically all streams of the science, and it will be useful for all the research, not only for chemistry, but all other articles as well. So these are the old numbers. I really never talk about these numbers because these numbers are getting bigger and bigger now, day by day. So just to mention these numbers, we cover more than 50,000 journals and articles. We cover more than 250 million substances in the SAFfinder. We are there in more than 50 languages, and we have contract with more than 64 patent offices around the globe. So content-wise, we are the #1 in the world. So this is the thing what I was talking about, the interconnectedness and complications in the one patent. So this is a typical example of patent. This patent is talking about 7 concepts, 138 substances, and more than 4,000 reactions in single patent. So getting one particular reaction from this 4,000 reaction is a challenge for the users, and that's why I'm talking about analysis of the data. So let's imagine without SAFfinder, he has to go through each and every reaction and each and every page from that particular patent. So just imagine how much data he will spend to analyze that patent. But with the SAFfinder, believe me, in 2 minutes of time, he will get exact information about that reaction or that particular research topic. That's how we are creating impact. We want students and users to spend their maximum time in the labs, not on the computer, by searching, going through unnecessary information that they do not require for their research. So this is other value-added indexing. As you can see, this patent, what we do, we not only give that information, but we rewrite that information. We make simplification in the abstract of that particular information, and you get that information in most simplest manner in the SAFfinder. By reading at the abstract only, this is abstract what you get on the SAFfinder, and this is the original patent. So here you will get in detail abstract. Please keep in mind that we do not change any information from that patent, but we just represent that information in most simple and more informative way that users do not need to go in much detail about that particular information. So this is another information that of value-added indexing. Yes. So as you can see, this patent is only talking about some alloys, but in SAFfinder, under the substance information, you will get more detailed percentage of alloy, which already they are talking about, the CS number, which is uniform all over the world. Yes, this is another important section what I'm trying to talk about. CS is mainly known for the SAFfinder only. So most of the librarians knows the SAFfinder belongs to CS or ACS, and it is helpful for the researcher. But we are more than that. Now CS has widen their portfolio to this platform as well. So most of the time we talk about the SAFfinder, but now it is getting upgraded to SAFfinder Discovery Platform, where you will get the information not only related to chemistry or other platform, but we are trying to combine all the research related department under one platform, what we call as a SAFfinder Discovery Platform, which will be rolled out soon. Apart from that, for patent professional, we have launched STN IP protection suite, which is very focused toward the patent related work, and CS custom services. We tailor-made our platforms or solutions as per the user's need or library or institute need. So let's say, just to give you one example, nowadays lab e-notebook are trending in the research field. So let's say you have a query that you want to synchronize your or collaborate your lab notebook with the SAFfinder. We are there to help you. We can collaborate that work for you, and what we call these services as CS custom services, where we tailor-made our solution as per the user's need. So that's all from my end. Any question? Thank you.
Thank you. So CAS, it is a service. It is widely used by the chemistry people, those who are doing the research. I remember when we are teaching this CAS, so we take our students to chemistry department, library, to show the CAS. That was a very huge volume. Yes. And we taught them the various indexes, patent index, formula index, subject index, keyword index. But now I'm seeing it certainly changed. You have done a good research on it, and it became online, and you added value-added research, value-added index, and other things. Yes. Okay. So I think we can conclude today's session with this last presentation with the CAS.
Just one more comment from my end. Due to time limitation, I had not a chance to go online and show you more details about the SAFfinder or how it works exactly. But if you are interested to know more about, we are there in the stalls. You can anytime visit us. We will also share our contact details.
Good, that's good.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you can get tomorrow about SciFinder. It is your new product. Okay, good. So we are concluding it. So for this concluding remark, I would like to invite Mr. Wilbert. Could you please give the concluding remark of this session?
Thank you, colleagues. That was interesting to hear that our colleagues, they are doing quite a good job in the field of, in their various fields in universities. The first presenter was Kasonde from the University of Zambia. He was talking of the quality of metadata in ETDs. And he also talked about its importance. And the problem he outlined was the quality of best practice in metadata in ETDs. His objective was promotion of quality metadata in ETDs in Zambian universities. He also gave us the methodologies. He said that there were questionnaires which were distributed, and he used the sampling method where purposive sampling was used to find out the results. Interviews were also carried out. The results, they were tabled, and in the tabulation of results, UNZA was high, it topped the list, and other institutions needed some improvement so that the use of ETDs in Zambia can help to improve research in Zambia. The findings were that there is lack of adherence to international standards in most of the universities. His study also shows that there was lack of IR policies in most of Zambian universities. She cited that only six universities were closer to using policies in order to make sure that ETDs are effective. She also talked of lack of formalized guidelines in the use of ETDs. In her conclusion, she said that there should be effective use of ETD in Zambian universities as a whole, despite the fact that UNZA, University of Zambia, is topping the list. Then we had another, the second presenter, who is Shamil. A topic was knowledge discovery using citation connection. He said this is very important in research. The truth that was, he said they developed a new tool for this, as they feel there wasn't this tool before, and they felt ETDs were not being used according to them. They also said that they also used the enhancement tools. The challenges they faced were that there was lack of awareness amongst the users. The training was also a challenge which some users were facing. When they were doing their research, they used cluster sampling. They also use surveys. the demographic of their research was scholars, researchers, and their challenges that we have talked about, lack of training, lack of awareness, and ProQuest was now trying to get into the users to try and make sure that things are now being used. They are the ETDs. Then the third presenter was Devi, who also gave them the objectives were given. He says they make use of the website to get they use much of their work. They use the websites. The findings were that there were also 78 users. The results is that the results were also tabulated. So the conclusion is that out of the 23 that were consulted, only 11 were consulted using the IITSs, were frequently using the ETDs. All right, the titles for this were the metadata and strategies for the. This is the fourth. We are now talking of the fourth author. The steps were given. The file name conveyed was also given. The objectives were given. Okay.
Hello. How was that? So okay, so you can just conclude.
Okay. Oh, the time. Okay. So I'm just going through the titles only instead of other things. Okay. Okay. We were on ETD, the user experience and accessibility challenges in electronic of theses and dissertations. We, by Parma Bavin, we also have a presenter whose title was Electronic Thesis and Dissertations, a scientometric analysis of research publications. We also have a presenter by Alakandra Rajawat, ETDs, and ETDs on public domain, cyber security, and intellectual property rights issues. The last presenter was Alakandra. Oh, is the last presenter oh, there was this, the CAS. There was also the CAS, which presented about which presented about the chemical issues. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We enjoyed this presentation. So I thank once again the InfluBNet, especially the director, Jurel Saab, and Manojji, for giving me the opportunity to chair the session. And I thank to our director of conference, KP Singh, for that. Okay, thank you very much, all the delegates and the presenters for patience listening. Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. We are going to move ahead. May I call Dr. Manoj for the further announcement. We had with us the InfluBNet director here. There are beautiful announcement before the delicious lunch. So, Mr. Manoj, please.
Yes, sir. Quickly, we will call all the speakers and chairman. So we have to do an honor to.
Please, all the invited speakers and the keynote speaker, please come on dais. Quick. I also invite Director InfluBNet, please come on dais.
And we missed him last time, no?
Yeah, please.
Please come.
Please come.
I think we should put our hands together to welcome this man, because next year he is going to be
host for the
you are the host
ETD.
next year in Zambia. So welcome. We missed to give you a memento. So first we will give it to the chairman. Please, like this way. Yeah. First we will give it to the chairman of the session. One book and this. To Professor Naushad Ali from Aligarh Muslim University. And Sakafa, yes, Sakafa, Gilbert Salkafa. Thank you for the co-chair. Thank you for coming to India and attending.
I must thank you and appreciate for allowing me to. I must appreciate and thanking the organizers for allowing me to come to this. This is my first time to attend this, and we want it to be in Zimbabwe at some point, and we want to join this.
Yeah, thank you very much. So he is Shakafa. Thank you. Now I request the chairman, co-chairman, and no. Kisko? We have given to him. Given. Thank you from our director. All the best for next year in Africa. Thank you. And all the speakers, one by one, can you? Cecilia Kasoni, yes. From which country you are from?
Zambia.
She is also from Zambia. Right, next year. So they are all in committee. So they will announce it tomorrow. Hepzibah, the keynote speaker. Thank you. And all the paper presenters, one by one, line up, please. Thank you. Next, Vivek. Thank you, Vivek. Aziz, Ashish. Sir, he presented about West Bengal's overall, which universities are missing. It was, we had a discussion on that. So we have to write to all the missing universities now. Thank you. Thank you, but that finding is very useful for at least managers of Shodhganga. Thank you. Bhavini, Pamar. Sir, she is having her PhD by tomorrow. And Dr. Gopakumar has given some tips to her. Thank you. Next. Name. Thank you for joining and presenting the paper. All the best from our side. Last. Alagananda on legal and ETDs. Thank you. So can we have a group photo? We are waiting for no. Group photo. All presenters, paper presenters, please come. And we are breaking for lunch. Before that, one announcement. Yes, you have something. She brought 2 mobile to give to you. I don't know. You are right or no? Can you show it? So whose mobile is this? So there is a lucky draw coupon there. Fill it up. We will have a lucky draw of it. Go. दोनों साइड में देना. KP Singh sir, you want to join? No.
Okay. So 3:30 we'll have. Let's just before. So 3:30. अब अभी निकालना है? ठीक है. Please लेके आना है. Please, 1 more minute. Let us see who is the lucky winner. You have already filled. Director साहब से करवाना है. Last chance to fill it and put it. We this by Zach.
very eminent and very popular, and I am say that jewels of Facebook. I think if there is a tax for any person who is maximum postings on social media, especially Facebook, then I think Zuckerberg certainly impose a cess to the Manoj Kumar Sinha. So he always share the knowledge, share posters, everything. And his counterpart, Dr. Pramod Kumar Singh, University Librarian, Central University, South Bihar. So both you are responsible for the poster presentations. So now I come to the points.
One more chair, Dr. G. Krishnamurthy and 9.
Okay.
Do merge.
There are one more because there are two poster presentations, so I merged together, and that is work parallelly. Dr. G. Krishnamurthy, consultant, Anna University. Am I right?
Yes.
Where is G. Krishnamurthy ji? Okay. And your counterpart is. So all three trio. May I request, please look after the poster activities outside this hall. But your maybe permit, this is up to you that whether you want to leave or not. I am not instructing you. And here we had with us Professor Sanjay Kumar Singh. He is another Singh. One Singh is here and one Singh is coming. So if you have the two Singhs, I think I don't know that what will happen. You have to wait it. So Mr. Singh, I invite you. Please occupy your chair. And his counterpart is co-chair, Dr. Rehma Abid. She is assistant professor Stacks and University Paris, from Tunasis. She may be join later on. May I request Mr. Chairman, because we have invited talks, and that invited talks is really very near to my heart, not because the invited speaker is reside in my heart, because he is a gentleman, very sober, very pleasant personality, and he is also the alumni of my own alma mater, Dr. Akhtar Pavich, who has a very charming face, always a smiling face. So before we start the proceeding, just I will take 1 minute to narrate one story which किसी ने हिंदी में कहा है, किसी को छोटा करके बड़ा बनना बड़ी बात नहीं है, छोटों को बड़ा बना करके बड़ी बात है. और इसी पर एक बार, there was one time, there was a class of numbers 0 to 9, and there was a fight. The number of 8 has slapped number of 9 slapped number of 8. Then he asked, what is my fault? Why are you slap me? He said, I am elder, I am bigger, I can slap you. And by listening this voice, the entire southern was resounding with the clapping and slapping each other. Then 6 to 5, 5 to 4, 4 to 3, and 3 to 1. Ultimately, the turn comes from the 0, and he was terribly afraid. He just sit outside, and he was said that there must be slap for me. Then 1 stand very gently. He sit aside the 0, and its value is 10. Means this indicate that when you add something, however he was a 0 and no value, but when the 1 is added, it become a 10, so he is a big number. So make the poor people stronger. With this message, now this session is Southern is handed over to Mr. Singh. And I may request that because we have another session, so please try to complete the session within the time. Thank you very much, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. I think co-chair is absent. No, co-chair. Sir, KP Singh, sir. Okay, absent. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. And this is the post-lunch session. And as you all know, that after lunch, what happens to everyone? So I will request all the paper presenters who are here, including our invited paper also, to make the session very interesting so that nobody will feel drowsy and sleepy. And we'll try to complete this session within the stipulated time, as we are running already 1 hour late. Yeah, exactly, it is 1 hour 55 minutes late. So we'll try to make up some time within this session. So before starting this invited paper, I would just like to know, in this session, one invited paper we are having, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 papers are there. So how many paper presenters are here? Just I want to make attendance. Number 1 is Manu TR. You are here. Okay. Manu TR, no? Okay. Then number 2 is again Manu TR and Bhakti. Okay, both. Then number 3 is Vidya-mitra Dalvehra. You are here. Okay, fine. Then next one is Nayantara S and Anita. You are here. Okay, thank you. Then Mukesh Sekia is here. Then Virender Pal is here. Okay, so all the paper presenters are here. So within what time I have to finish, sir? 15:30. At 15:30. Okay. We will be able to finish it. So now I would like to call upon Dr. Akhtar Parvez for invited speech, and he will be talking on ETD, case studies, and best practices. Sir, your time is 15 minutes. So please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. KP Singh, for your kind words. Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. Thank you for your kind words, Dr. KP Singh. I have been asked by the chairman to ensure that you don't sleep. I will try my level best. Let us see what happens. So my presentation basically is on what we do at our university with regard to the theses. Okay, but before that, I would like to tell you a few things. One is, I come from a university which was established in 1998. We have 8 colleges of teacher education. We have 5 polytechnics. We have 14 satellite campuses. We have 3 schools. So ours is one of the very few universities which provide education from KG to PhD. And our mandate is to focus on girl education. And we also have a distance education program in our university. So as someone rightly said, that bad libraries build collection, good libraries build services, and great libraries build communities. But I think you cannot build communities unless your users are happy. And your users can be happy only if you have proper services in your library to cater to your users. And for building good services, obviously you need processes in your library. Because if you have proper processes in your library, you will be able to save a lot of time. And how you will save time? Obviously by putting right technology or the use of ICT for various library applications. But do we effectively apply existing technology in libraries? I think this is the question which we should ask ourselves. Someone called Atul Gawande, in his book, he said that if the knowledge exists and is not applied correctly, it is difficult not to be infuriated. Okay, and I completely agree with what he said. So whether it is acquisition section, processing section, or circulation, subscription, etc., it's very important that we ensure that we not only save the time of the reader, we also save the time of the staff, so that they are able to focus more on service aspect. Another thing which I feel is very important in our libraries is to prepare checklist for various things. And sometimes we feel that, why I should really prepare a checklist for something which is very obvious. But I always feel that there is a need for proper checklist in our libraries, because there's always a possibility of missing out on some very important step in our tasks that we do in our libraries. So we have developed a lot of checklists in our libraries in the context of various other services. And I always, assume, my assumption is that, anything can go wrong or get missed. And that is the reason that we thought we should prepare proper checklist in our libraries. And of course, processes, so whether it is print documents or digital documents, so whatever. These are some of the repositories that we have in our library. The most popular repository is question papers, the previous questions paper, right from the inception of our university. We have digitized convocation speeches. We have digitized about 1,200 books, which were of Nizam's period, and a lot of other things apart from theses. So, when we obviously create digital documents, there are a few things that we keep in mind. Of course, improved access to information, enhanced search and retrieval, to make things inclusive with regard to various languages that we have in our universities, unified access, enhanced user experience, efficient management of digital content, cross-platform collaboration, preservation, comprehensive knowledge, and resource optimization. These are some of the things which I feel are important for making digital content accessible to our users. Now, with regard to the theses, the first box shows you 3 certificates that usually we sign in our library in the context of theses. We also have prepared a similarity detection policy for our research scholars. We also have similarity exclusion declaration. What happens, I feel that we all know about plagiarism, what constitutes plagiarism, but at the same time it is extremely important, or rather more important, that we know what is not plagiarism. And that is the reason we developed this declaration for similarity exclusion, which is always to be signed by the supervisor of the concerned research scholar. And then, this format for submission of thesis on Shodh Ganga, you all know about it. It is there on the website of Shodh Ganga. What was happening is, because, ours is a Urdu university, most of the time, all the theses, irrespective of the department, like management department or computer science department, the thesis has to be in Urdu language. Okay? But at the same time, we translate into English language. So, we made sure that in this form that we created, both the theses are, both the languages are submitted to us. And despite clear instructions by exam branch to our research scholars, what was happening was that the format in which thesis is to be submitted was not in order. And the exam branch was really not, taking, I would say, not taking much attention, ensuring that it is in proper format. So when we were getting soft copies or electronic copies from them, our staff had to waste a lot of time, in breaking files and reducing file size and renaming files, etc. So we thought, why not, just request the exam branch to, we will create this particular form which is on the right-hand side. And any research scholars which is submitting our thesis, his or her thesis to the exam branch, comes to us first and get this certificate signed. So, this is in proper format. So that, when the electronic copies comes back to us after the thesis is awarded, the staff should not waste really time on unnecessarily things which are not required. So this we did, and we were quite happy after that. We were immediately uploading these things on Shodh Ganga. And these are a few things, which is there on our website. If you go onto our website, you will see that all these things have been given there in detail. Now, when it comes to, the Shodh Ganga thesis that we upload, so as I said, ours is a Urdu university. So, for example, this is our Koha software that we use. And the first thesis is Deccan Sultanate ke Sikke, coinage of the Deccan. So, in the box, what you see, what I have done is, I have enlarged this particular thing which is in the box in the next slide. So what we do is under online resource where we give, that URI. There, we have mentioned, you have to click here for going to the Shodh Ganga, and you can click here for Manu repository. That is, Manu is our university's name. And the reason is, as I said, because we have thesis in 2 languages. Obviously, there's no point uploading both the languages thesis on Shodh Ganga. So we thought maybe, one language can be uploaded on Shodh Ganga and the rest, and of course, not just rest, but the original thesis also can be there on our university's institutional repository. So that we did, there. And then this is our institutional repository that we have. So on our institutional repository, we made sure that there are, obviously this is by default that DSpace link which you get, but at the same time, we also gave this Shodh Ganga link in our institutional repository, so that if any person, whether he is accessing Shodh Ganga directly, or he is coming to our website, or the person is going to our repository, he or she should be able to see everything that we have. It should not happen that on one place there are some other information and on the other there is some other information. And also, both the languages thesis, like this is Urdu language thesis, that is also available there, and also English language thesis. So this we ensured that, our users, get complete information at one place. Now, with regard to the QR codes, every library uses QR codes these days. So apart from Shodh Ganga, what we introduced about a year back, the penalty payment, overdue penalty payment, we created a QR code which was a link to our bank. And that, when users were actually coming, they were paying directly their penalty to the bank. And now what we see in the last 1 year, that the collection actually has increased. When they were paying in cash, they always, were cribbing, but when they pay through this QR code, they think probably they are not paying from their pocket, and collection has actually almost gone up by 50%. So with regard to this QR code, what we do with our printed thesis. So what we have done is we, on our printed theses, we have put this QR code for scanning electronic copy. So because, when a student goes to the thesis section, when he or she finds this QR code on the thesis, it is easier for him or her to then, later on go to this URL and, get the electronic copy of this thesis. So this is something we thought, just to help our users, we should do this. Before implementation, our users were like this. So that is the reason why I put this, so that they don't feel sleepy. And after we implemented this, our users were quite happy. I always believe, and that is the reason why I always ensure that we have proper processes in our library. I always believe that good libraries are staff-driven, and great libraries are process-driven. So we create process to ensure that we really do not rely too much on staff's memory. And that is the reason why we had created processes and checklists for small things. I am not saying that whatever I showed you was the best, or there were no other ways of doing it. I'm sure there may be better ways, but I always believed in this saying that says done is better than perfect. So I'm sure perfection will surely come someday, but I think done is always better than perfection. So thank you with this, and I think I finished in 10 minutes. Huh? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, sir, to maintain the time. And 5 minutes before, you have completed your presentation, and it was a very nice presentation. And you have highlighted about the Urdu and English thesis in your Central University of Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. So right thing you have done, and it will be very useful for the research scholar as well as the person who are interested to know about the same thing in Urdu language as well as in English language. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. Manu T.R., a paper by Manu T.R. and Rabi Hassan, another paper by Manu T.R. and Bhakti Gala. So both the paper is going to be presented by Mr. Manu T.R. So I request him to jointly present in one sitting only, and he will get about 8 minutes time for this. So please maintain the time. Papers.
तो ये आपका
फर्स्ट वन इसमें थोड़ा वो ये देंगे पहले
सेकंड वाला करो ना
हाँ
तो वही कर
ये नहीं है बाबा थर्ड वाला देने दो फर्स्ट ये देने दो
ये मिनिमाइज है
हाँ उसका
ये थर्ड वाला
हाँ ये कर दो ओके
इससे आप स्लाइड चेंज करिए
okay good afternoon all. Since I have two papers back to back, I'm just choose the first one which I would like to spend more time. Yeah, this is my title to develop the interval research data repositories in India. I think yesterday there was some information about the research data, how the ETD is being going in the international level, that in future there will be the growing of research data repositories. Here too, as part of my research, I've been just proposing how we can develop the research data repositories with an awareness of context of faculties and researchers and library professionals. Part of my presentation, I'll be covering about these introductions and the repositories, and there are some objectives and methods, and I'm trying to identify who are the pillars if we would like to develop the research data repositories in the national systems, who are the major pillars, and also identify the stakeholders. There's different level of stakeholders. If you look at it in the Indian institution level, there will be different stakeholders, and if you go for the funding agencies, there will be different stakeholders. The objective was to identify who are the stakeholders can play the important role for developing the research data repositories, and finally we have the workflow, how we can set up the workflow for establishing the repository in the three levels, means institutional levels and funding agency levels and also the national levels. This is how, because the research data repository, it's a part of the research data management. It's like, it's a process of managing the research data which is being generated during the research. Means, as informed by the yesterday, it's a value of the reuse, and it also avoid the duplicate of the research. Because again, when you go to talk about the impact, now the future citation is going to be data citations. If you're going to cite the data citation are going to be count. And secondly, it's important that the funding agencies and scholarly publications are mandating that, whatever the data we have been generated during the research, that should be available to the public domain. Means that's a major agenda, means that's a major impact that, if you're going to create the research data repository as part of the library professionals, we are just giving the... Okay.
And you speak slowly also.
Okay,
You're going fast.
Right, yeah. Sure. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's how we wanted to develop the research data repositories, right? Sorry, because as part of the research data repository is concerned, it's a platform for sharing the research data. It is going to develop by the institutional level. If it's the institutional level, it is part of the, as an institutional researcher can share the data, and it also linked to the publications and the thesis also. And again, it can be divided by the institutional level and also the national level and also discipline and multidisciplinary research data repositories and also the project specific. And this is the brief about what about the research data. It may be by the content and format and methods and also the different types of the research data as part of the research going to generate it. Some of the research data repositories, again, there's in the first one a directory, and there's a fileshare.com, and also the open access research data repositories already exist. What we wanted to highlight in India, according to the directory, like the research data repository directly, we found over 50 repositories already exist in India. But when you look at that, those are more specific upon the science and technologies and also the discipline-wise. But still, in terms of the science and technology institutions like IITs or IISers are still they are in the nascent levels, means they still have to be established the research data repositories. And this is how the objectives, means to identify the significant stakeholders for developing the research data repositories and identify the pillars who can help us to develop the research data repository and propose the workflow. And when we wanted to do this, there are case studies like the OCLC has the series of research data management reports, and some of the working papers and the research reports have been gone through to come up with the conceptual framework. And this is one we found that international level there are the research data services. Sites are there which is going to help us. It's going to help the institution to develop the research data repositories. And secondly, we have the RDM stakeholders. See, RDM, who are the RDM stakeholders? When we say that who are the RDM stakeholders, means who can create the research data and who can help to manage the research data, and also who use the research data. And these are the major RDM stakeholders when we say that data creators and facilitators and government at large and users. But data creators are the primary RDM stakeholders or research data stakeholders, which includes researchers, research supervisors and faculties. And facilitator like the institutional leadership and libraries comes under the facilitators. And governments is always the funding agencies and ministries, so what the government large. At the hand, it will going to help to the users. And we have also identified the pillars. We thought dividing in the 3 different pillars. The one, it is basically from the institution level, and second, it's the ministry level that may be divided by this subject or subject-wise research data repositories, and the another would be the national research data services. And this is how we have done it. Like the institutional level research data repositories had the primary responsibility creating research data repositories, and whatever the research data repositories being created, it's been with the OAI PMH compliance, and that will have the limited access. Again, if we have been talking about the embargo in the ETD perspectives, and there will be embargo for the research data also, which is had the limited and full access. And again, this is systems, and this is how we just have conceptualized like this, that we have the institution level research data repositories, and second level would be the subject-wise, and third is the national levels. Okay, to summarize that, going forward in India, we would like to develop these repositories to begin with in India, in the institutional and national levels. Thank you, sir. First one.
In second paper, take 4 minutes only.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Go to objective findings, suggestions.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. See, this is again, we wanted to study the metadata schemas for research data repositories, because see, when you say that schemas, metadata schemas, there will be some slightly different what we exactly use for the actual repositories. To identify the schemas, we were selected the source. It's in a platform that fileshare.com, and also the growth and developments. We wanted to identify the subject-wise metadata and also the countries who have been contributed. And methodology has mentioned that the file sharing directory we have used, and the API. With help of the API, we have extracted the data that been analyzed that. See, as per the record, its contents around 3,868 records, and all the metadata standards, it's covered 1657. And this is the portal, and we have found the result like this. And this is the growth, and because somehow we found that the metadata standards of the industry directory is not ready for fully use. Maybe some of them are in development. And the subject-wise, the life science is a more subject-wise metadata standards that we found. And in terms of the country-wise contributions, we found that United States has the maximum contributions. Again, the India is less number 11. And some of the organization bodies who have been supporting and also funded by the international funding agencies, the National Institute of Health and also National Science Foundations. And especially the license, we just wanted to highlight that whatever the license, it's been under the Creative Commons. Means most of standards are available for use for creating the research data repositories. To sum up that, we have the number of metadata schemas, and one has to look at it for using the research data, creating the research data repositories. Thank you, sir. Some of the references.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manu, to finish within time. Yeah, you have taken stipulated time, you have completed. So this is the first person since morning I am seeing that he has presented 3 papers. First in the first half, and then second paper, third paper he has presented together. So first paper he has presented was on development of interoperable RDR system in India, a conceptual proposal. It was by Manu TR and Bhakti Gala. And the first paper, next paper was landscape of metadata schema for research data repositories, fair sharing analysis by Manu TR and Nabi Hassan. So we'll take the question later on. If you have any question, you just note it down and we'll take it later on. Now I would like to call the next paper presenter, Vidya-mitra Dalbehra. Please come. Yeah. So your time is 6 minutes. Okay.
Good afternoon to all of you and respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Myself, Dr. Vidya-mitra Dalbehra, and my topic is exploring metadata quality for scientific data in Indian research data repositories, a survey. These are the outline. And first is introduction. What is the scientific research data? Scientific research data is defined as digital data, which is a part of the result of a research process. This process covers all stages of research, ranging from the research data generation, which may be an experimental from the empirical study or interview and other experiments. So these research data are openly accessible through three types of publication strategies. First is publication of research data as an independent information object through a repository. Second is publication of research data with textual documentation as so-called a data paper. And third is publication of research data as an enhancement of an interpretive text publication. The life cycle of scientific research data is first is concept and collection, and then it goes processing, then archiving, distribution, discovery, and analysis. All the research data repositories are registered through a global registry service that is known as rd3data.org. This is a global registry for all the research data repositories. There are at least 500 research data repositories all over the world. And it covers all research data repository for all academic disciplines. It helps researchers, funding bodies, publishers, and scholarly institutions to find research data repositories. It aims to promote a culture of sharing, increased access, and better visibility of research data. It provides an additional information on its service. It provides information on terms of access to its data, databases, and upload. It provides terms of use and license of the data. And it uses a persistent identifier system to make it provided that data persistent, unique, and citable. This is the screenshot for rd3data.org screen. And to register in the RSC data, all the research data repositories undergo these 7 icons. Each icon is deals with the policies which are represented in this figure. And it also quality requirements, it is run by legal entities such as sustainable institution, library or universities, and it clarifies access condition to data and repository as well as terms of use. It have an English GUI and it have focus on research data. The workflow of research data repository registration, all the data which are entered into the rd3data.org, that is the metadata scheme, it undergoes international review board. It undergoes 2 processes. It first review the all the metadata schemes which are entered into the repositories, and then it is again reviewed by reviewed by these reviewers. And the RDRs in India, there are already 50 numbers of resource data repositories which are registered in rd3data.org. It undergoes all these policies. First is general information, which are this includes the short description of RDR content types and keywords. Second is responsibility. It is responsible for funding, content, and technical issues. Third is policies. Policy of RDR including URL. And fourth is the legal aspects. It includes the license of the database and datasets. The next is the technical standards. It includes API, versioning of dataset software of the RDR, and last one is quality standards. It includes the certification or audit process. There are some responsibilities of RDR. The repository ensures that the repository dataset is archived according to the FAIR principle for its ability and resources. The second is the repository preserve data collection for at least 10 years after publication, data policy for storage and management of resource data. And the next is repository shall, as far as possible, preserve the dataset unchanged on its original format. It takes into account of technology. And the last one is repository has a right to modify the format and or functionality of the dataset in there are 4 types of research data repository. First is institutional, it comes under the institution and university. Second is disciplinary, such as the gene bank and NCBI. And third one is the multidisciplinary and which are project based, which are under both the project work. The functional requirements of RDR. First is metadata. It supports the different types of metadata schemes, supports for domain specific metadata, allow metadata for interoperability, and the second is support data labeling by data owner, authorized person or automatic metadata extraction tool. And next is provide metrics for metadata quality assessment, and there are many criteria such for functional requirement of digital data repositories. And it supports search engine indexing, and it allows adding fields to collection schema. And then the for identifier, it supports assignment of PID or DOI, and then PID assignment for data management. And next is authentication and authorization. It supports integration with external system, and it provides single sign-on or support multiple authentication methods. And it also undergone the quality standard with FAIR complete. And all the data repository, the research data repository are heterogeneous in nature, because the metadata schemes and the control vocabulary and the standards which they use all are different in nature. So to access it, to access the research data repository.
Madam, go to findings and conclusion.
And there are many metadata quality. First quality, metadata quality is the degree to which metadata question perform the core bibliographic function of discovery, use, provenance, and currency authentication and admission. And we have developed a conceptual framework for metadata quality for digital data repositories. This includes 3 sections: general section, which includes the type, format, and granularity of the metadata. To assess provision under this section, 4 metadata core criteria available, that is completeness, comprehensiveness, accessibility. And the second section is tools and technique, which deals with the semantic web technology, indexing, and terminology. To assess in this section the main criteria: accuracy, discoverability, interoperability, and extendability. And third section is usability section, refers to the presence in repository, and it is the application of semantic mapping and metadata standard, and it deals with the conformance to expectation. And last one is management and curation. It includes the timeliness, vulnerability, and metadata. These are the main criteria and description of the metadata quality. The objective of the study is to identify Indian research data repository indexed in the R3 data ORG, and we have in the methodology, we have a survey method which is...
Skip these files. Skip methodology. Go to conclusion and suggestions.
And all the findings of the study, it is the types of research data, which are disciplinary, institutional, and others, and the number and the distribution of data subject-wise, and the persistent identifier system used in the research data repository, and the repository software used by the repository, and the distribution through API system, and metadata standards used in RDS, that is double encoder is used in more than data-side metadata scheme. Then there are the metadata quality criteria, which are accuracy is the highest number, then followed by the accessibility, and then comprehensiveness, and then discoverability and appropriateness. The findings is from the result, it has that metadata elements are used in the less than 10% of metadata records. Persistent identifiers are rarely used. The homogeneity of metadata records varies considerably between repositories. On the average, 51.6% records in the same common set of metadata elements. The analysis reveals statistical significant difference across repository of varying type and certification status in the use of individual metadata elements, the comprehensiveness of description and completeness of metadata records. And the completeness of metadata records vary across repository, which could be the indicator for distinct metadata practices and individual resource data repositories, but is likely also skewed by using generic metadata schema for describing diverse data set. And in conclusion, in order to identify such metadata, we then analyze repository at the time of submission and at the metadata exposure visualization time. And the second is the paper. This paper presents a fast systematic analysis of metadata quality for resource data and the influence of repository characteristics of discusses the difficulty using the generic metadata scheme, and the results show that some repositories appear to have established successful metadata practices and workflows, but some metadata elements remain underused. There is evidence of repository type and certification status affecting metadata quality. So from this result, there is a need to press on the metadata quality to for the better visibility of resource data repository.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for your nice presentation and taking some time. So you have talked about the metadata quality for scientific data in Indian research and data repositories. We will take question later on. Just one announcement is there, but before giving the announcement, I would like to call the next presenter, Nayantara S. and Anila Sulochana. Please come, and there is an announcement that the chairman and co-chairman is waiting outside for poster presenter. So those delegates who are here for poster presenters, they are requested to go outside and meet the chairman and co-chairman for the purpose. So you are requested to go outside immediately so that that process can be also completed, and that parallel session is going on for that poster presentations. Thank you. Now, just introduce yourself. Who are you?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nayantara S. I'm a research scholar with the Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu, and my paper is titled Indian Contribution to Medicine Datasets and Analysis. From manufacturing to aviation, every industry relies on datasets and analytics to derive results. The healthcare sector is no different. The governing bodies, as well as pharma companies, healthcare companies, use datasets to improve their financials, as well as produce products and solutions to improve healthcare facilities. The key benefits of data in healthcare are improved medical research, better health outcome, actionable operational insights, efficient staffing, etc. Collecting and analyzing health data can help healthcare providers in diagnosing, development of treatment plans, and improve the quality of care for patients. Data in healthcare can also push public health policymakers to adapt quickly to problems and provide better care. The evidence of hybridization can be seen in many subdivisions of culture. There are many multiple factors which influence health outcomes, including demographic characteristics of the country, such as availability of healthcare systems and basic services, municipal governance, etc. There's a need for context-specific response when it comes to India, which holds a vast variety of health profiles. Moving on to research data, the previous speakers elaborated on that, so I'm not elaborating on that. Research data is a well-identified set of data that has been produced, that is collected, processed, analyzed, shared, and disseminated by a well-identified research team. The objectives of the study are to figure out India's contribution to the data sets that belong to medical sciences in RU3.org, to examine the nature and various aspects of Indian medical data sets, to understand the collaboration patterns of medicine data sets in RU3. RU3.org, as we all know, is a global registry of research data repositories that covers research data repositories from different academic disciplines. The method used is we filtered Indian raw medicine datasets using various filters from RE3, and these datasets were analyzed based on these aspects from RE3, and we again analyzed them with certain attributes and conditions dedicated to medicine datasets in fairsharing.org. The detailed analysis of which can be found in the full paper and the proceedings. And the aspects we analyzed was if they follow fair data principles, if they are citable, and the authenticity of it, and if they have a privacy policy stated, and the licensing, etc. And the attributes and conditions we studied from fair sharing was the curation process of the data, the data access condition, resource sustainability, data prevention policy, data versioning, etc. And India do have a metadata and data standards for healthcare domain in India. That is an initiative by the Ministry of Communication and Technologies under National E-Governance Plan. It aims to promote the growth of e-governance with the country by establishing interoperability across the e-governance applications for the seamless sharing of data and services. It aids in creating a momentum in the conversations between public health organizations in order to understand information needs and barrier in the healthcare domain. The datasets indexed in RE3 from India are not exclusively dedicated to medicine, so these standards cannot be applied. Moving on to the findings. Of the 197 medicine databases with raw datasets, 6 are from India, which contributes to 3.04% of the total. And these are Maharashtra State Data Bank, Open Government Data Portal of Odisha, Open Government Data Portal of Surat City, Human Proteinpedia, Open Government Data Portal of Tamil Nadu, and Indian Genetic Disease Database. The major contributors to these Indian datasets are non-profit organizations collaborating with the state government. All 6 of these databases follow fair data principles, though not to a complete extent. The source of the data is authentic in all 6 datasets, as various state governments and the assigned departments or legitimate non-profit organizations carefully curate all these datasets. All 6 of these datasets are open. All of them use either any of the various copyrights or open government licenses. All 6 databases are citable, and the citation is given at each repository's profiles with the data site citations. The major keywords used are public health, medicine, biology, social medicine, public health research, life sciences, etc. Concluding, the availability and accessibility of research data will aid in discovering new knowledge and developing new approaches for improved research quality. To advance knowledge, researchers affiliated with institutions and organizations should be motivated to deposit their data set to their data repositories of their respective disciplines. India has not yet become a significant global contributor to medical data sets. The 6 data sets currently indexed in RE3.org encompass a range of subjects beyond medicine. Given India's vast subcontinental expanse and its diverse genetic and health profiles, there is a considerable potential for further advancements. The absence of standardized data formats, coding systems, and data exchange protocols. The availability of high-quality medical datasets is crucial for medical research, drug discovery, and treatment development. The lack of standardized datasets can hinder the progress of research and innovation in the healthcare sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Nayantara, for your nice presentation, completing on time. And we'll take questions later on. So she had talked about the Indian contribution to the medicine data set. And this is a nice paper, and it will be useful for basically the medical practitioner also, we can say that, and the library professionals. Now I would like to call Dr. Mukesh Sekia for next presentation. And he will be talking on an analysis of research output of India's northeastern region, Central University region OER, with a special focus on Sodh Ganga repository. So your time is 6 minutes.
I shall take less than that. Okay. It is not on. Okay. Okay, it's all right. Good afternoon to you all. So my study is on analysis of the research output of India's Northeast Central Universities in OER with special focus on Sodh Ganga repository. So I want to cut short because Sodh Ganga and other things already yesterday it was discussed. Okay. So straightway I have come to the objective of the study. So Northeast has 81 universities. Out of that, 11 are central universities. And out of the 11 central universities, 9 universities has participated in this Sudganga repository. The 2 central universities, one is a Central University of Agriculture, which was established in 1992, and another National Sports University, Imphal. It was established in 2018. These 2 universities have not participated in Sudganga repository, but rest 9 universities have participated. So the objective of my study is to ascertain the total number of the documents deposited by these central universities in Sudganga, to ascertain the year-wise growth of these documents, of these theses in Sudganga, to determine the discipline-wise contribution in Sudganga, to determine the language-wise contribution in Sudganga. So method and the materials. The study focused on the 9 central universities of Northeast India. Data for the study was sourced from the Sudganga repository, collected up to December 31st, 2022. And for data analysis, Excel and VOSViewer was employed. So these are all the central universities, 9 central universities. The first university of Northeast India is NEHU, who participated in 2010. Then Assam University participated in 2013, Manipur, then Mizoram, Nagaland, then Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh, Central University of Sikkim, Tezpur University, and Tripura University. So altogether, 8,663 documents were submitted to the Sudganga repository, but there was a duplication of 575 documents. So NEHU submitted the highest number of documents, followed by Assam University, Silchar, and then Mizoram University, Manipur University, sorry. My second objective is to ascertain the year-wise growth rate of the document in Sudganga. So it has been found that the growth rate of the Assam University Silchar is 97, NEHU second 95, but Assam University did not upload the documents in the year 2017, 18, and 19. Nagaland University has a gap of uploading the document in 2012. The third objective is to determine the discipline-wise contribution of these universities in Sudganga. So in the field of social science, NEHU contributed the highest number of the documents, 1,307, followed by the Assam Agriculture University, 1,277, and the Manipur University, 927. In the field of the basic science, NEHU had the highest contribution with 690 documents, followed by the Assam University Silchar is 458, followed by Rajiv Gandhi University of Arunachal Pradesh, 376. In the field of applied science, Tezpur University had the highest number of contribution with 247 documents, followed by NEHU, 159, and Assam University Silchar, 157. The language-wise contribution is that this is the language-wise distribution of the document. The third finding is to determine the 50 keywords among the documents. So the top 5 popular keywords used by these 9 central universities are arts and the humanities, followed by economics and business, life sciences, physical sciences, and social sciences. The key finding of the documents are all these 9 central universities out of the 11, they have joined in Sudganga repository. Majority of the documents, majority of the theses are in the field of the social science. NEHU lead in social science and the basic science. Tezpur University excel in applied science. In case of a language, most of the theses are in English. Only 1 document in Assamese, Manipuri, and Urdu. 319 documents are categorized as other, whether research are on their, other languages like Khasi, then Bodo, and other languages. Suggestion. So it has been found that, 575 documents are uploaded, duplicate application is there. So measures should be taken by the universities to avoid the duplication. I mean, though the software has been, developed to detect the similarity, but it has found that the softwares are not up to date. So some software to detect the plagiarism should be developed. Periodic training to the research scholars should be conducted, and universities should consistently upload this document after declaration of the result. And it has also been found that research on the, local languages is very less. So this is all my findings and the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Sekia, for maintaining the time. And you have discussed about the research output of basically the northeast region of India, and highlighting the central universities related to the OER. So next paper presenter is Dr. Virendra Pal. He will be talking on research data repositories in perspectives of climate change, India to lead the world in big data analytics with G20 summit. So today we are in the age of G20 everywhere. Throughout the India, we will find that G20 summits are going on. And in library profession also, we have seen that at Pondicherry University G20 program is already in pipeline. So it will be just taking place in the month of February. Now over to Virendra Pal.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairperson, sir, Co-Chairman, ma'am, one and all present here. I am Dr. Virendra Pal, librarian from Koliabar College in the district of Nagaon, Assam. And the topic we have taken for this study is research data repository in perspective of climate change, India to lead the world in big data analytics. And in the introduction part, actually, this is not, I don't want to claim as a research it's an idea I want to say. It's an idea that we need to execute in future. And we know that G20 season is already in our country now, and we are also, the presidency is already in the name of India. And the objective of the research is, basically we have three objectives. One is the world perspective, another is the Indian perspective, and third one is the to propose a roadmap. And when we try to find out the actually the repositories, how we will classify, then it was very difficult to define actually climate change. And then we have taken these four aspects. One is atmosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere. And we have conducted some data collection from the re3.org. And this is the whole perspective we can see. So there are some repositories that has been maintained by different countries. This is the individual repositories. Similarly, if you see, then 217 data repositories are there in the world context. And this is the cooperation. Actually, whenever we are talking about climate change, this is the common problem for everyone. This is not a common problem. This is not a problem of India and all. This is a common problem. And this is the cooperation that has been observed in the repositories while maintaining the different repositories in the global context. And if you see the cooperation, then 62 data repositories are those repositories which are been built in the form of corporations. And if we talk about the Indian scenario also, we have a very good reputation in this field also. So these are some of the repositories in the Indian context. And there are 51 repositories I have been find out in r3data.org, out of which actually 11 I have classified for my climate change domain, because it is very difficult to define actually climate change. That is what. And then now basically focus is that the idea actually which we generate, because we now as a LIS professional, we are giving in the form of ETD and South Ganga. Now actually G20 is going, so in my mind, in our discussion along with our sir, Professor Sanjay Kumar Singh sir, he is also the co-author with me, and Dr. Prasanta Komateka, we have discussed about actually what we can do and how we can contribute something to our nation towards from our discipline. So we thought that this is the climate change is the area which is already been taken into consideration in the G20 223 summit. And if you see the motto, one earth, one family, and one future. Already yesterday, the vice chairman of UGC, he has already cited this quote yesterday in this forum itself. So with this climate change concept, if we plot this concept into the technical things, because we have the technical expertise nowadays, we have the conceptualize. Now, if you plot this concept into the domain of climate change domain, definitely we can create this kinds of concept which we are talking right now. And this is the repositories which is already maintained by the G20 countries. These are the G20 countries. And already 90% of the G20 countries are already maintaining different repositories. So this is the proposed roadmap. I don't want to go and discuss, but I want to start from our India actually. That is what I want to say, that India, this is the right time for us if we can plot this kind of concept. And if we can create something like this, so that this common problem can be at least can be minimized to a maximum level. And then this is the conclusion. I have to cite that World Environment Day 2022. They have also cited the same thing, that only one Earth. So that is the only one concept. If we talk about the uniform data repository, so we have to think and we have to start from this platform. This platform is very important for me actually, for this paper also, because from this platform we can think like this, so that in future also we can contribute. So with this, I'd like to thank you again, and thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Birendra Pal, to completing your paper in time. And you have highlighted, you have given the innovative ideas regarding the climate change and other things. You have mentioned about one Earth, one family, and one future. And in coming days, I think that this will be a leading feature, not only in India, throughout the world also. So slowly we are moving towards that. So thank you once again very much for your innovative ideas in this paper presentation. Now, we have completed the paper presentation. Now we are having one commercial presentation by Balani Infotech. So any representative of Balani Infotech? Yeah, please. You will get 8-minute time. Try to finish within time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arjun from Balani Infotech Private Limited and Aditya Books Private Limited. Basically, Balani Infotech, we deals with e-books, e-journals, databases, and technical products. So this is all about Balani Infotech and Mr. Kailash Balani. So these are our major publishers which we deal exclusively: ACS, APS, APA, Science, PNAs, and some other products, publishers. And these are the technical products which we deals primarily. So remote access, MyLoft. So this one we have bought first, and then Drillbit we have acquired recently. So from last 2 years we are handling as exclusive. And another product, Lanquil. It's an English language lab. So that will be explained by Mr. Satish. So Drillbit anti-plagiarism tool. Yesterday, Mr. Jain has given the presentation in depth, and if you have any doubts or questions, so we are outside, so we can discuss on this. So recently, we have tied up with one more publisher, Nikki Asia. So this is the database where we can get the Asian markets regarding all the business, marketing, and all the means like economics, trends, all these details. So this is the recent database published by Nikki Asia regarding G20. So now I will hand over the dais to Mr. Satish from Lanquil.
Thank you, Arjun. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Satish Hegde. So if any college or education institute is looking for a technology solution that can really help you to improve the employability, and if at all you are looking for a technology solution that can really help the students to improve their English proficiency, then this is one of the leading technology provider in India. So let us understand what is Lanquil. So Lanquil is basically, it's an online English language lab. It's an online English language lab where your students can practice LSRW skills, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and grammar, vocabulary. And the good part is that, what we have done is we have merged one library, in the sense English-related content, and a language lab where your students can practice LSRW skills and grammar and vocabulary. So Lanquil also has assessments, unlimited assessments, and it has 7 levels of English proficiency certifications, and the entire content is as per CEFR standards, so Common European Framework for Languages. So one of the interesting thing about this platform is, Lanquil, is that it is completely AI enabled, and it is adaptive in nature. So, if say, let us assume that, Satish has studied in Kannada medium, and, my English proficiency is not that great. So in that case, Lanquil can understand my abilities, and it can provide the content. When I say content, it may be audio content, it may be questions. So it can give the content from the difficult, lesser difficulty level, or, from the maybe difficulty level which I am comfortable with. So this entire Lanquil platform is adaptive in nature. So we are partner of NEET, National Education Alliance for Technology of AICTE. So, for the last 2 years, we are with AICTE, and, out of 3,000 odd educational companies. So NEET has identified as one of the leading AI-enabled English proficiency technology platform to improve English proficiency. So we are working with more than about 500 odd educational institutes in India, and the total number of students are about at least 6.5 lakhs, 650,000. And we are working with the esteemed education institutes like IIT Madras or Tamil Nadu Law University or KLE Technology University, etc. So if any of the college or any of the librarians are interested to explore Lanquil, we are very much open to provide the trial access and even the online demos as well. So one more very important thing, which is more concerned to today's topic, is, I'm very sure, our librarians are very keen to make the thesis error-free with respect to English grammar, text, and style errors, basically. So not only LSRW skills in writing, Lanquil also has the ability to correct the thesis reports or any written documents, and it can make it error-free with respect to, grammar mistakes, text mistakes, and style mistakes. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much for maintaining the time. So we have come to the end of this session. Now I request my co-chair, Dr. Hama Abid, to give the brief summary.
Hello, everybody. So I will give a small summary about this session. So I think all speakers for the quality of presentations. The first presenter, in the case of studies and best practices, this is to make libraries more inclusive. So, for example, plagiarism check, but they can face problems such as research scholars are not preparing the electronic copies or making much time for preparing it or for submitting it. And so I appreciate the sentence, done is better than perfect. For the second presenter, he presents landscape of metadata schema for research data repositories, fair sharing analyzers. This is to develop develop an interoperable research data repositories in India. So the questions are who create, who help, and who facilitate, and who use this data. Okay, so for the fourth is exploring metadata quality for scientific data in Indian. The speaker evokes the responsibilities of repositories research data, the responsibilities, the legal aspects, and the technical standards. The fifth talks about Indian medicine databases. Then the data are filtered from RE3 data and then analyzed, which is very important and very crucial for the future of medicine in India. For the sixth, so quickly, finally, that the sentence, one earth, one family, one future, I appreciate it very much. And unified data can be very valuable if there is a good cooperation between all countries. And finally, for the commercial presentation, the Lankil Infotech is for learning English by non-native speakers for listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So the use of these techniques are important and increases the quality of project reports, grammar checking, publications. Yeah.
Thank you, Rahana, for briefing the information. Now, just at the end, I would like to just inform you that in this session we had one invited paper and 6 papers and 1 commercial paper. So all the 8 papers, or 1 plus 6, 7 paper plus 1 commercial presentation. That means 100% presentation is there in this session. So it's very good. And after post-lunch session, we have seen that attendance is also very good. And this is a great sign that today we are celebrating various types of conferences, attending various conferences, seminars throughout the country, and still we are having such type of attendance. Very good. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the organizing committee, the Information Center, and entire organizing committee team for giving us this chance, opportunity to share this podium as a chairman and co-chairman. And I'm thankful to all the paper presenter as well as the audience. But I'm very sorry that I could not give you any time for question answers. So during tea time, you can discuss this thing. Thank you very much, sir.
Why you say sorry for question answers? Even people don't want any kind of questions and any kind of answer. Huh? They all are enjoying and they all are understanding. So, may I call upon, thank you, Professor Sanjay and your team. May I call upon all the paper presenters, keynote speakers, along with the chair and co-chair of poster presentation also, please come on dais. Please come on dais. Any representative from InfilipNet? सारे ऑफिसर्स कहाँ हैं? हाँ? Where is Kannan? Mr. Kannan, please come on this. I have to assign some responsibility for you. Please come. First, please felicitate chair and co-chair.
एक अनाउंसमेंट है हाँ बोलो जो अक्षरधाम जाने वाला है तो
आप ही करो मैं आपसे इंफॉर्मेशन
क्लोज कर दो
है ना क्लोज कर दो Yeah.
Poster presenters, please come. All
Poster presentation, please come.
No, थोड़ा आप भी दीजिए सर. Poster का
आप दे दो.
इसको आप दियो.
मैं दे दूं?
Poster I will do.
Okay, poster. May I request Mr. Manoj, please give the encourage the paper presenters and poster presentation. Poster presentation. कहाँ है poster presenters? चलिए please.
कितना poster हो गया? ये poster है paper है.
दोनों मिक्स हो गया है.
पेपर हो गया. Okay. Poster. Poster. Congratulations. Poster I take privilege because some of the people are not feeling that present. So I forced all of you. So let me take the privilege of giving you this. Time. Yeah. So who else next? The poster presenter.
Next corner, please. Who is the next?
From Sri Lanka. Kamani Perere. Symmetry. And you have a paper tomorrow? Yes. She has an invited paper tomorrow. So you can ask any questions from Sri Lanka. Please, all of you remain here. We'll have a group photo with Singh Saab. Next poster. Do we have the name? Some of the poster presenters? From Nepal. Bangladesh. Elari. And next poster presenter. Sorry, you have to tell your name. Sumi is Katie. Oh, Gabriele, she also presented. Muhammad, Mustafa, and Gabriele, they presented pre-conference tutorial, pre-conference workshop, and poster as well. So, how do I give it like this? But it will look like you are giving to me. So thank you very much for coming from Germany and UAE. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Manoj. Anyone else? No. Poster. Anyone is done who presented poster? It's over.
Now it's over.
So can we have a photo? Come.
Paper presenters? Paper presenter भी है Mr. Manoj.
Poster. Yeah.
Give it to someone who's interested in it. Both of us will be at the same bench because
So now we disperse for the cup of tea. Then we reassemble after 15 minutes for the last technical session. Please, 4:30, right? 7. And 7 number is a very auspicious number in Indian context. When we talk about 7, 7 siege, 7 continents, 7 days which makes the week, even in our Indian 7 planet also, and in Indian context, without taking the 7 Feras, you will not be called as legally husband and wife. So, and even the basic colors, Beni Ai Pinala, 7 colors of the rainbow. So we are on that colors. We had a very outstanding chair. He is not from library science, but he is from the education domain. I knew him through his beautiful wife. A number of times I also saw very beautiful photographs expressing a lot of love and affections, especially daughter, on my on the Facebook platforms. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jagdish Joshi ji. May I request Jagdish Joshi ji and his counterpart, co-chair Prashant Kumar Teka, please occupy the seat. Please give a big welcome, Joshi and Professor Teka ji. As I was mentioning, Professor Joshi is a man of education. He is an educator, mentor. Currently the professor at Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. And Gujarat University, Ahmedabad is known for producing the world-class alumnus, including Amit Shah, Vikram Sarabhai, and many more. List is very long. So he is from the same university. He is a professor of education and currently the director of UGC HRDC Center. He happened to be the dean of various fields, education and Sanskrit languages. I think you will not find any organization nationally, internationally, where Joshi is not a member or a co-member or a convener or a chairman in education field. Very high profile, but very down to earth. Like one earth, one family. He always has a one motto, that education for all. So welcome you, Professor Joshi. We had my very close friend, who is from the library domain, who comes from the Assam, the tea of Assam, everywhere. Assam known for the production of the tea gardens. Beautiful gardens. And he is a very activist, professional activist. He is currently the librarian of Assam University, Silchar, if I'm not wrong, Guwahati University. And he is also the sitting president of Assam Library Association, formerly the secretary. I had a many time interaction over the telephone, but I find this opportunity that we are physically here. So, Mr. Teka, a very warm welcome. This session is a very lengthy session. We had the 10 presentations, one video presentation also. So, keeping the exhaustion of a whole day, I think hard work of all the delegates and participants. So it is my very humble request with the chair to try to be finished as soon as possible. So now the floor is yours. And over to you, Professor Joshi.
Thank you, sir. Respected Dr. K.P. Singh, respected Dr. Jurel, Manoj Kumar ji, all the respected speakers, delegates, and friends. I invite the first paper presenter here to present a paper. I guess we are going to play a video of the first presenter? No, okay. So I invite the paper presenter, Shiraus Alidaus. I request all the paper presenters to take not more than 4 minutes, because we have more paper presenters and we are short of time. So we will take, I request you to take not more than 4 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Will the technical
okay,
person help him? Is it working?
No, yeah, it's working right now. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, the first author, Dr. Sirus Alidusti, is not here. And I'm presenting our study. I am Behruz Rasuli. Dr. Alidusti was a director for Iran-Doc, and he has an important role in managing ETDs and making ETDs accessible in Iran. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm an assistant professor in information science. Today, I have the privilege of sharing some valuable insights and lessons learned from our experience in ETD management in Iran, and I'm working at Iran-Doc, an institute with a role similar to InflibNet, dedicated to the collection and management of ETDs throughout Iran. Within our institute, we manage an ETD program at nationwide, known as Ganj. It's, I think that is just like Shodganga in India. And I should thank the conference organizers to provide me with this opportunity. ETD programs can be established at various levels. I'm sure you all know. Institutional, national, regional, and even global. Among them, national ETD programs are important since they are providing a unique platform for managing ETDs instead of various individual IRs or institutional repositories. Interestingly, many countries around the world have recognized the value of ETDs and established their own national ETDs program, including the UK with Project Ethos, including France, including India, including Lithuania, Taiwan, and many others. Well, every country's journey with ETD program actually is unique, and each comes with its own experiences, challenges, and lessons learned. So that's why I will take a closer look at how Iran developed its national ETD program and examine the remarkable achievements it has made. Well, we will also discuss the valuable lessons that Iran has learned in this process. The journey of managing theses and dissertations in Iran began with Iran-Doc's efforts in 1969. And the first bibliography of thesis in social sciences was printed in July 1974. This bibliography covered just title of ETDs, not the full text, of course. But significant milestones include the Minister of Culture and Higher Education's request in 1992 for HEIs, Higher Education Institutes, to submit approved PhD dissertation titles to Iran-Doc, as well as Ministry of Science, Education and Technology request in 2005 and 2007 for electronic and printed copies. In 2017, a dedicated chapter within the law mandated all Iranian higher education institutes to submit their ETDs and proposals to Iran-Doc, leading to the development of two main portals in Iran doc. One is for submitting ETDs. Name is SAPT. So universities can submit their ETDs through this portal. And one is for presenting ETDs. Its name is Ganj. Well, it's just a database for making ETDs accessible for users. Okay, so how does Ganj operate? Well, this figure shows, first, universities submit their ETDs to the Irandoc platform, SAPT, where the content is reviewed and the quality of metadata and full text and something else and other aspects are checked by Irandoc staffs. And once universities approve the content, Irandoc actually send the ETDs back to universities and institutes. Once universities approve the ETDs, ETDs are then published and made accessible. Okay, let's take a glance at the main achievements of Ganj, of our national program. One of the standout achievements of the Iranian national ETD program is its role in preserving national intellectual assets and reducing research duplication. This is evident when you look at the increasing number of submitted ETDs and proposal, of course, over the years. For example, during the previous years, almost 200 ETDs, full-text ETDs, and proposals are submitted to Ganj. So now Ganj covers almost 1 million records. Most of them are ETDs, full-text ETDs. So by collecting the proposals also, that is could be considered as one of the main value of our program. We also collect proposals of ETDs. By collecting the proposals, Ganj can help to reduce duplications because students have to check their proposed topics with the other proposed topics. So this is a rule in Iran. Every students that want to propose a topic for working on it, he or she has to send a request to Irandoc and ask us if this is a duplicate title or this is unique. So if the title will be unique, it's okay. So she or he can work on his or her project. Thank you very much. Okay. In addition to growth in ETD's submission, the program has established a significant number of MOUs, as you see in this picture. In 2018, there were just around 400 MOUs, and this number continued to rise in subsequent years, reaching almost 600 in 2022. It covers almost 60% of all HEIs in Iran that offer graduate programs. Access to ETDs and proposals has increased dramatically, as evidenced by the number of downloads. For example, during the previous year, users of Ganj have downloaded more than 2 million full text, so a title could be downloaded several times. And the Iranian national program has also successfully increased the visibility of ETDs with over, over 4,000 daily unique visitors to Ganj website, so accessible at this URL. So it means all ETDs in Ganj database have to have a chance to be viewed and downloaded more and more. And furthermore, promoting academic integrity, which is one of the main problems in higher education systems in Iran. Promoting academic integrity has been a value of the program as indicated by the significant figures you see. More than 200,000 plagiarism check requests just in 6 months. More than 70 organizational members actually we have in our plagiarism check system. About 1.5...
Please conclude your paper.
Yeah, for sure. 1.5 million references, including ETDs, journal articles, books, and others, we have in our plagiarism check corpus. So other values, increasing productivity, I mean, making possible to network, actually creating network between researchers, industries, policymakers, and others. In Iran, we almost all of our research and students funded by government money, so it is a sign of academic responsibility to share these outputs. Well, we can now monitor research impact. Research impact is very important, especially during the last decade. So we can now do citation analysis. We can see the number of views, number of downloads, shares, etc. Well, of course, we can help policy making. I mean, evidence-based policy making that could be very valuable for HEIs. And of course, we can decrease financial expenses. So we provide a single infrastructure. Universities don't have to build their infrastructure, their server, their online system, and many things else. So it could be very important. And of course, we have some challenges. So now let's address some challenges. Despite the enactment of governmental mandates, certain higher education...
Please go to your conclusion.
Sure. Okay. Okay, yes. Well, in conclusion, we should ask, is it possible for a researcher to search all IRs in order to find what he or she wants? Maybe she or he could, but for sure it's not easy. So national ETD programs can save the time of researchers. A matter that ETD programs, especially national programs, should think about it is value proposition. Well, I mean, these programs should provide participating researchers or institutes with more values. For example, they can develop a dashboard for institute to see their own research performance. Information quality is another important thing, because if you don't care about the quality, users don't want to use your service. So we have an excellent presentation about actually user experience today that proves the importance of the quality. And sustainable business models can guarantee viability of such programs, and these programs need continuous improvement, which is very important, just like commercial services and platforms. Well, for example, the interface of Web of Science is different from a couple of years ago, so we should do that. We should do so. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for detailed presentation.
You're welcome.
I invite the next paper presenter, Hari Lakshmi. Please present your paper in 4 minutes.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, and friends, good evening to all. I am N. Harlakshmi, working as a professional assistant Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, Tirupati. First of all, I would like to thanks for organizers for giving this opportunity, and also my sincere thanks to my co-author, Professor Sri Vani, who is the Dean of the Library Learning Resources and Influent Coordinator. Today I am going to present my topic is contribution of electronic theses and dissertations by the universities of Andhra Pradesh to the Shodhganga project of implement a study. Present study is focused on the ETD submissions made by the various universities in Andhra Pradesh. Okay, next we go to objectives of the study. The main objectives is to find out how many universities in Andhra Pradesh have signed an MOU with Infoblet. Next, ranking of the universities and language-wise distribution in Andhra Pradesh universities to the Shodhganga project. To analyze the contribution of ETDs by the top 5 universities in Shodhganga project. To examine the thesis submitted by the top 5 universities, top 5 departments at the top 5 universities in Shodhganga. This observation method is used to collect the data. The data collected from the May 2nd, 2022, July 31st, 2023. This language distribution is, we seen here that most of the thesis submitted in English language. The other languages are much smaller than compared to English language. Out of 28 universities, 14 universities have signed MOU with Shodhganga, and out of 3 central universities, only 1 university MOU with Shodhganga, and out of 6 universities, 3 have signed MOU with Shodhganga. Only 4 universities have MOU with Shodhganga, and in Shodhganga at the data in Infoblet. Okay, sorry. We seen here that Andhra University has hold the first position to contribute to ETD contributions to the Shodhganga project. This is we seen here the top 5 universities contributions. Andhra University hold the top position and followed the Sri Venkateswara University, Sri Krishnadevara University, Acharya Nagarjuna University, and Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University, Anantapuram. The findings of the research. The universities of Andhra Pradesh contributed 23,923 theses to Shodhganga. Total 20 universities include state, private, deemed, and central. Among these universities, Andhra University has deposited highest number of theses to the Shodhganga. There are total 41 universities in Andhra Pradesh, where 28 state universities, 3 central universities, 4 deemed universities, and 6 private universities. Out of 20 universities, only 14 universities have signed MOU with Shodhganga. So this is repeated. Among the total 23,923 theses, 22,860 theses are in English. Other theses are very less. Other languages are very less. Based on the above study, it is concluded that total contributions of ETDs from AP universities are 5%. Out of these, 739 universities contributed 4,72,118 contributions at the period of during the period of collection. Now it is crossed to 4,90,000. It is also found that well-reputed some universities are also contributing very few theses. The results led the following recommendations. The officials, university higher authorities, officials should take initiative to increase the participation to submit their theses. Languages, some universities are not mentioned the languages while uploading the thesis in repositories. Next, workshops and trainings also should conduct to highlighting the issues of copyright choice of access. NAC, like the MBA and NRF, should provide credentials for the active participation of the universities to upload the thesis to Sodh Ganga project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping the time also. Now I invite the next paper presenter, R.K. Kishore Patnala. The presentation of Hari Lakshmi has elaborated universities of Andhra Pradesh and ETDs and the scene of ETDs in that. Please keep the time of 4 minutes, Mr. Kishore.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for organizers for giving this opportunity to present my paper at ETD 23. Myself, Dr. Veeranjaneyulu from VIT AP University, Andhra Pradesh. My co-authors are R.K. Kishore and Vajjinath. My topic is understanding and perceptions of IR among academic community in Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh. With regard to institutional repositories in higher education institutions, it is very, very important to have institutional repositories in higher education for next generations. In institutional repositories, institutions are uploading their institutional material like faculty publications, teaching learning materials, and theses and dissertations, everything. What they have prepared in their institution, they can upload their institutional material in the institutional repositories, which is designed and developed by own software or any DSpace like that. Objectives. The level of awareness among users regarding institutional repositories in higher education institutions, and examine user intentions and frequency of interactions with institutional repositories, and investigate into satisfaction level of users about institutional repositories, to pinpoint challenges associated with the institutional repositories in accessing, provide recommendations aimed at enhancing institutional repositories. Methodology. We have prepared questionnaire and distributed the questionnaires to 300 participants through Google form. And we communicated this questionnaire through emails and WhatsApp and different social media. And we have selected 19 institutions from Rayalaseema region. And it is 64%, and the participants are 192 participants. From this, we have analyzed all the data collected from the users. This is a demographic profile of respondents. Most are male participants, and with regard to qualification, most of the research scholars, and with regard to qualifications, master degree holders are more number of users. Sources and respondent purpose of accessing. Majority of users accessing institutional repositories for retrieving materials, and frequency of institutional repositories. Many users are accessing sometimes, and status of availabilities. Majority are available institutional repositories for accessing. And discussion. Level of satisfaction among institutional repository of users with strong acknowledgement of the repository's significance. Presence of institutional repository holds substantial utility for research pursuits. Majority of users actively access to the digital contents of repository. Implications and recommendations. Robust marketing strategy is essential. Common perspective regarding the significance and utility of institutional repository. No notable divergence in opinion emerged between gender groups, and faculty and LIS professionals exhibited their higher levels in satisfaction with the institutional repository in comparison with research scholars. Conclusion. It is recommended to enhance the repository's content diversity, facilitate user-contributed content, and implement a comprehensive marketing approach to fully leverage the potential advantage of institutional repositories. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for keeping the time and presenting yourself in brief. Now I request the next paper presenter, Jasbinder Pal Singh. Jasbinder Pal Singh and Baljinder Kaur. I guess not present here. I request the, sorry? Yeah. So I request the next paper presenter, Sukanya Pathak.
Hello everyone, respected on and off the dais. I am Sukanya Pathak and I am here to present my paper, Role of ETD Repository in the University Libraries of Assam. I'll start with the objectives. So the first objective is to examine the evolution and progress of ETD in the prominent University Libraries of Assam, to evaluate the contribution of Assam University Libraries to ETDs, to show the development of ETD, which is playing a crucial role in transforming learning, research, and all the aspects of scholarly communication, to show that ETD repository are transforming the scholarly research through digital communication among the academic institutions and their scholars in libraries of Assam. And the research paper gives an overview of the quality of research as improved by ETD in the university libraries across Assam. Next is the scope and limitation. So the current paper presents an overview of the evolution, progress, and management of ETD repository in university libraries across Assam. It offers an evaluative analysis of the commitment of Assam university libraries. Among the many universities in the region, only 6 have actively contributed to ETDs, while the rest have not made significant contributions. So next is the methodology. So for this paper, datas are gathered through email correspondence and interviews with the librarians from various universities of Assam. So next is the list of universities of Assam that have contributed to Sodganga. So the first is Guwahati University. The next is Assam University. Third is DU. The fourth is Tezpur University. Fifth, Assam Don Bokso University, and the last is Assam Agriculture University. So out of the 6 universities in Assam, Guwahati University have made the most substantial contribution with 6,224 theses, followed closely by Assam University, DU with 898 theses, Tezpur University with 820 theses, Assam Don Bokso University have 123 theses, and Assam Agriculture University with 107 theses. So the next table is about the contribution of universities by the field of studies. The collected data are categorized into 6 broad areas, providing a comprehensive breakdown of subject-wise contribution to Sodgangas. Subsequently, we have endeavored to compare the subject areas across the 6 universities, aiming to highlight
Please go to conclusion.
Okay, I'll try. So next is the list of universities of Assam with less contribution to Sodganga. So here are 6 universities. The next table shows the universities of Assam which have not made any contribution to Sodganga. So the number is 11. The next is the highest excess of PhD thesis from Guwahati University in the world through PQDT in the year 2017. And here we can see that from the subject of chemistry and environmental science. So the practical implication, so from the paper, it can be drawn that ETDs are playing one of the major role in the field of research and communication. It is enabling the distribution of specific content of university-generated knowledge. So uploading the research outputs into ETDs have made the research acclaim national as well as international recognition. And the conclusion, so it is so it can be said that ETDs by enabling the distribution of intellectual production worldwide are ensuring such access are ensuring such accessibility. The KK Hendick Library is playing a major role to promote the digitization and uploading of research content that will improve the quality of research, and the heightened accessibility and feasibility of research materials facilitated by ETDs in these libraries are garnering increased recognition and are significantly bolstering research efforts by offering swift access to valuable research. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter is M.A. Dipmala Balakrishnan. You are allocated 4 minutes. Try to follow 4 minutes time.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am Dr. Deepamala from Rajiv Gandhi Center for Aquaculture. I am Library Information Officer, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Marine Products Export and Development Authority. RGCA is working under. So I'm going to present the paper, The Knowledge, Attitude and Practice on Use of Inflibnate by Indian Subject Experts in Biological Science Experts. So whenever we assess services or facility based on the performance, how it is serve the purpose. So periodical assessment is required to enhance service utilization. So rare subjects, specific studies, I couldn't find many studies based on this biological sciences. So apart from that, so I reviewed many studies that it is confirmed that the studies we are having some range of unreached users, especially from this subject. Third one, and almost all studies were suggested for training and awareness programs on different streams to enhance usage of the facilities and services of Inflibnate. And finally, I understood that we are library professionals are very aware of this library Inflibnate resources and services, but how about other subject streams? Professionals are utilizing these facilities. That is the big question. This conceptualization induced me to take this study. So with this understanding, ground level understanding, I have taken this problem. So I framed this objectives to assess the level of our awareness of Inflibnate resources, to assess user satisfaction with Inflibnate, appreciate the differences between users and those who are not aware of Inflibnate, and the attributes of non-users and their self-perception regarding digital information access, to explore extension program strategies targeting biological scientists and biotechnologists for increasing awareness and usage of Inflibnate resources, obviously with the demographical background of the subject experts. So we have framed a well structured questionnaires, and this is a survey model and representative sampling method, and the population is biological sciences and biotechnologies, including biology, microbiology, botany, zoology, fisheries and aquaculture disciplines. So we have distributed our soft copy of the questionnaire among 600 individual mail IDs collected from the respective institution websites, and also we have shared the same thing to the professional groups. We have received 30 responses, but many of them had their personal details, so we have validated 14 responses for the study. And the population age responses is from 22 age to 50, and mean total users 35.79, mode is 29. So there I fixed two hypotheses. One is whether there is no significant difference in age between respondents who are aware and not aware of inflibnet. So the alternative response hypothesis is there is a significant difference in age between respondents who are aware and not aware of inflibnet. Based on the results, it is accepted that the
Please come to conclusion.
Yes, sir. So the results, while we see the results, South Ganga is the first priority by the respondents, and they are preferring to use keywords. And 57% of the respondents reported usage of inflibnet, and South Ganga was ranked first and used by all respondents. Non-users were usually male, more than 37 years of age, with more than 10 years of work experience with a doctoral degree. So it is confirmed that there is a unreached users are there. We have to take orientation or training programs to them to effective usage and utilization of this valuable South Ganga and inflibnet sources services. So this is attribution of non-users of inflibnet, and here I would like to conclude that a targeted extension program using librarians working in the particular biological science institutions has been recommended for increasing awareness and usage of inflibnet, including ETD South Ganga. And also we are acting as a nodal officer for this inflibnet services. So we can strategize along with inflibnet. We can take this initiative to the unreached users. Thank you. With that I would conclude my presentation. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next paper presenter is Namrata Dobaria and Gayatri Doctor. You are given 4 minutes to present your paper.
Yes. From here? This one?
This right for next.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Namrata Dobaria, Deputy Librarian at SEPT University Library, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Today, I'm going to present on restructure and upgradation of the DSpace-based institutional repository of SEPT University Library, a case study. SEPT repository is implemented in September 2020 with this, using the DSpace 6.3 software with the collection of thesis and dissertations. Content is restricted. The full text view we provided with only to our SEPT current community. Why? What is the reasons for restructure and upgrade the institutional repository? So when based on the user feedback and effectiveness of repository, the library committee has decided to add more institutional content into the repository. So we required to restructure it. Then the university content is a quite extensive asset of the university. So it's very essential to security and access control. To enhance the user experience and such capabilities, we come up with the upgrade of the repository. So we have installed DSpace 7.4 with the prerequisite software and hardware. At the time of the implementation, we required to add only thesis and dissertations. So the structure we made through the collection-wise, the department-wise. But when we required to add more collection into that, then we have to restructure the repository. So you can see the existing repository and the new repository structure. After the restructure the repository, we have migrated the data from 6.3 to 7. there is an entire hierarchy we required to change. So we needed to fresh upload data. So we have implemented one batch uploader, a separate template to upload the old data, and then created the bulk, and then authorized the thesis and dissertation collection, and provided the assigned role to the SAPT users to access the full text view. These are the metadata we have used in our repository. Like we created one local drive and saved the old data and created path to each record and used this CSV file to upload the bulk data along with the metadata. So these are the elements we have used, like path with the bitstream location, barcode, class number, advisor, author, and as based on the requirement, these are the elements we have generated. Sorry. Once the data uploaded, it is required to provide the user access. So the existing repository is configured with the Shibboleth login system. So in the DSpace 7 also we have to integrate the Shibboleth integration. We must thank you to InFed team from the InflibNet who has integrated the Shibboleth system and support us. The key features and functionalities of the upgraded repository, as I said, that redesigned user interface. So the DSpace 7
Please
user
conclude
interface.
your paper now.
Yeah. This is the redesigned interface. It's the Angular-based interface. Enhance the search capabilities, like user can filter the search as we required it. And the external thing also we can use as per the requirement to utilize the workflow. These are some challenges we faced during the upgradation and process. Like we have to fresh upload the data, and the server is down at the time of uploading the data. Shibboleth integration was quite challenging, so we have to shift the server, DSpace 7 server, which was 9 Nginx to Apache. We need to move that. Despite of these challenges, we have successfully, we can say effectively, upgraded the repository and restructured. These are the future plan and conclusion. I can say that ensuring the comprehensive staff training, because whenever we need to manage the new version, we require the proper training, and it is also required to where we have added one collection, faculty publication. So it is a plan in the future we will add researcher profiles, and we also we have been working on the subject headings, like we have the collection of 1962 the thesis reports, which don't have the subjects and keywords. Yeah, sorry, this is my last one. So we are working on that subject heading. So after the subject heading, we facilitate the search discovery also. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Namrata, for your presentation. I would like to invite the next paper presenter, Suman Das. Suman Das or Mr. Anup Kumar Das, Manorama Tripathi. You have 4 minutes to present.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm very thankful to the organizer of this symposium for accepting our paper, and the title of this paper of Trends in Open Studies 2011 to 2020, a computational text analysis, and this is based on Shodhganga portal. So we retrieved information and downloaded the information from the Shodhganga portal, which are related to women's studies area. And this is also part of the research project which was funded by ICSSR, and public policy implications on social sciences, doctoral research carried out in Indian universities, content analysis based on awarded doctoral thesis, and I am also part of the research team. I am co-investigator in this research project. And so we have major thrust areas like why women studies and its importance, research pattern on PhD thesis, computational text mining, women issues in Indian context. So objective of this presentation or this paper is to investigate the main topics of women studies subject area during 2011 to 2020 and available in the South Ganga repository, highlight the gender diversity among researchers and supervisors in women studies, determine the Indian universities and their specific departments or centers that exhibit higher research output, and identify hierarchical structure of research issues in the thesis on women studies. So we used South Ganga collection 2011 to 2020. So you know that award may be prior to that date. This is only the uploading deadline. So it may be awarded in 2008 onwards, but uploaded in 2011 onwards. And we selected some keywords like women studies, gender diversity, social welfare, social issues, tradition and culture, women empowerment, women workers, self-help, women employees, slum, violence, women rights, etc. So we have also manual selection of identified theses, and we found a total of 1,720 theses related to women studies areas, and after manual checking, we excluded 9 theses because of repetition of same title. Also, we excluded some more theses because of not available. They are abstract in English language, and also some bid level files are missing, like PDF file giving error, particularly abstract chapter. And in the final selection, we have found 100 thesis published in women's studies areas. So I come to the computational analysis and adapting quantitative thematic analysis to find out a broad spectrum of women's studies. We used structural topic modeling, or STM, and latent Dirichlet allocation LDA model to discover key themes in previous research. So these are some literature related to computational text analysis, and also text clustering and topical modeling. This technique to separate objects into different classes, levels of granularity by clustering objects such as documents, paragraphs, and sentences. And clustering is an unsupervised learning model, while classification uses supervised learning. So this is the kind of model of text mining, text analysis. STM and LDA, they use Bayesian model to understand dense clusters, allowing for interpretable of topics and important words in topics descriptions. So we see that we have gender diversity and year-wise growth. We see cumulative growth 1,389, and also
please conclude your paper now.
Yeah, we also see that in the area of women's studies, we get authors, female as well male, and also supervisor also male and female, both are included. And this is the distribution of theses in different states. And some of the topical models, and we found 20 topics, and based on the ranking of the topics. Topic 16 is the ranked top. You will find the full text in the conference volume. I just go to the conclusion. So in conclusion, I would like to say that researchers emphasize women's empowerment, sustainable development goals, Millennium Development Goals. You know that Millennium Development Goals that started in 2000 and ended in 2015, and it was these goals are also included in this thesis. Societal status, economical challenges, girl child education. We call about Beti Bachao Beti Padhao mission of Government of India. Women's reproductive health, that is also one issue which is India government is focusing. And urban areas present different challenges, including inadequate access to clean drinking water and sanitation, the plight of slum dwellers, disparities across income groups, and the juggling act faced by working women to balance their responsibilities. We found these theses are relevant to these societal issues, and despite higher rates of women's employment, gender inequality persists in leadership roles. And lastly, enhanced dialogues among civil societies and government authorities regarding mentioned socio-economic issues would be immensely beneficial. In sum, women's studies research in India strives to foster a more equitable, just and inclusive society, promoting well-being and progress for all individuals. So this conclusion is based on the recommendations presented in the thesis, around 1400 theses, which are available on Sodh-Ganga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next paper presenters are Sangeeta Narang and Vinita Dhyani.
Good evening, everybody. You'll be quite surprised by this topic. Why all of a sudden I'm talking about CML or something. And what happens normally is when somebody is sick in your family, or somebody suffers, the entire family is affected. So this is what happened. And what are the experiences? What happened when a person sees something happening like this? So this was the reason. And this is what I wanted to inform even the clinicians who were unaware about the untapped resources or the grey literature. So as you can see, the topic is the biomedical thesis and dissertations landscape that I've taken from the national as well as from the international perspective. And the case study is on chronic myelogenous leukemia. So this is scary, okay, but we all never know, and I never wish anybody should. But this is what happened. It's the chromosomes which get mutated, and thesis and dissertations which I have taken on this particular topic. The thesis we have from the international as well as national landscape. So this is, as is obvious, like very much visible, it's a type of blood cancer. It's the translocations what happens, and it's the combination that forms, we call it as the Philadelphia chromosome, and it is the fusion of the genes, we call it BCR ABL. This is more of the clinical thing, but that's what I have learned over a period of time. And what's normally happens, what are the symptoms, what are the diagnoses. We normally all Google it, but something which we must visit the doctor and try to understand and find the solutions for it. That's what happens. And these are the different terms that we use for CML. What happens is we need to understand even the synonymous terms when we are doing the literature search or when we are creating a search strategy. So this is what I've tried to depict here. So it's the oncologist or the hematologist to whom we visit. So though we have oral drugs, but this is, people are living longer, life is improving. It's not that we have to be scared of. So this is the definition that is given by Merriam-Webster's Medical Dictionary. It's the abnormal increase, granulocytes, that is neutrophils, that's the blood report that we see, and then we see what it is, something like that. The sort of awareness, that is what happens. Our blood shows quite abnormal rise in certain levels. So this is the chromosome which is formed. This is what it is depicting here. So the rise, this is the cancer statistics right now we have it in our country. It's 0.8 to 2.2% per 100,000 population. So why biomedical thesis? Why we have addressed biomedical thesis? It contributes to science, and human health is important. It's prevention, disease prevention, treatment, that's important. There is a gap. We have several universities. Are medical theses available? So that's what needs to be addressed. So what in my study I have done, I have taken the CML thesis that is available in Shodhganga as well as in the oetd.org repository, spreadsheet on which the details that was required, especially the title that was recorded, the year, the university that is involved. The data was collected in the month of August. So this is how the oetd.org platform looks like. So it's the entire thesis from not the entire thesis, but some of the theses around the globe. That gives the international picture that have been used for the data collection. As you can see, rest of the things, I'll move a little faster. And this is about the Shodhganga. We all know we have all been addressing. These are our objectives: to identify theses, record them, and analyze the growth rate, publication trends, and so on. So purpose is to create interest in blood cancer research. You never know a cure may come. Okay, moving further, these are certain of the identified theses. This was based on, it could have been a more detailed study had there been a collaboration with the clinician. So it was, we just dealt with the keywords as well as just the title. So what these theses are addressing, they were more on the pathogenesis, they were on diagnosis, they were on the treatment and therapy, drug resistance, monitoring, and the quality of life and survivorship. There were a few theses on that to address. Okay, moving further. Certain things are still unknown. What causes mutation? What causes drug resistance? Does variation in genetic morphology across countries influence drug treatment? Across the countries, across the regions, everybody has a different setup. So is it really influencing different genetic makeup? So it may affect the drug treatment. That is all what doctors are trying to identify. So what are the benefits? It will enhance the knowledge, create more opportunities for collaboration. Clinicians may find it useful for identifying potential gaps and discover under-researched areas. Normally, this gray literature is rarely addressed, at least among the clinicians. So my purpose was really
go to your conclusion now.
Okay, sure. This is the librarian's role in research support services, enrich collection, guide and facilitate research, enhance the discoverability and accessibility of ETDs. These are some of the observations. Like this is one from the, here if you see that metadata element is still a little bit incomplete, but rest of the information is much clearer. This is a thesis record from the Tamil Nadu Medical College, Medical University. This is how it looks like, the screenshots. This is again something like we have the thesis from Pondicherry University or so. This is from the open access thesis and dissertation.org, from where we have got over 200 records. The data is available on this. These are some of the observations. I'll go faster as has been told to me. And these are some of the states from where the research is done on CML. This is a distribution according to geographic area. We have from the Pondicherry and rest from the Tamil Nadu and Telangana and so on. These are from the global picture, from the Turkey, from the United States. As we can see, the level of thesis from the US and UK are quite high. So is from the France and Germany. This is by according to the distribution by AO. This is from the global picture. And this is some of the universities that from where the theses were quite good in number on CML. And this is from the Indian universities. We have large number of theses, not large number, just 10 theses that were observed on CML from the Gujarat University, Jamia University had some, and so were the. It was difficult to extract department name. It wasn't so easy for me to extract the department name from the, especially from the ETD.org organization. There were certain duplicate records. So coming on to the suggestions. UGC has created policies in place for universities to maintain their institutional, to deposit their thesis on, this is a little bit incomplete, but it's okay to say it, to maintain the records as well as the intellectual output on the Shodh Ganga portal. And then there is another guideline on research integrity. Then NMC stands for the National Medical Commission. They must also design certain similar guidelines, which is really missing. That's what needs to be strengthened, so as to have at least medical colleges metadata records available to enhance the research in medical sciences. There are limitations. This is the initial step of students' research. So its validation, quality, and applicability in clinical practice cannot be confirmed. So conclusion, it contribute to health literacy is a little bit off the line, but it's okay. But there are certain things that we really need to know. So this was the one platform I really got, and I thought, okay, this is a right platform to enhance that medical librarians, what they are performing, and how librarians can contribute to help clinicians to do the quality research. With that, I end. Thank you so much. Thanks. These are certain references, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite the next paper presenter, and the next paper presenter is Twinkle Singh and Somesh Rai. This is the last. Yeah. No, not with this.
Good evening to the all dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. My name is Twinkle Singh. I am the research scholar in the Department of Library and Information Science, Indira Gandhi National Open University. And my co-author is Somesh Rai, Assistant Professor in the Central University of Punjab. My topic is UX aspect, that is user experience aspect of ETD repositories of top 10 central universities, a comparative evaluation through webometric analysis. This is all about ETD repositories. I am skipping this slide as everyone is well aware about the ETD and its importance. The gap in research on user experience aspect is there is limited focus on the user experience of Indian ETD repositories. User experience and overall user satisfaction are often overlooked in the central universities in India, and there is a need to bridge the gap between technology and user-centric design in ETD repositories. The reason for opting the user experience aspect is that my doctoral research is also relevant to the user experience design. So we thought we can apply that UX evaluation for ETD repositories of the universities also. In India, we generally see that most of the central universities have not very much vivid outlook, or we can say that they don't have that proper user interface of the repository. They don't have any standard framework for their ETD repositories. Some universities just create some PDF and list out the metadata of theses and dissertations. Some have links that redirects to the Shodh Ganga. Some just mention the number of theses and dissertations they have. There is not any structured repository or database. Only few universities are there which have been using that DSpace and some of the other softwares to maintain their repositories. As Mr. Somesh Rai also mentioned that the Shodh Ganga have that proper user interface, and the problem of scaling and serving to all the Indian researchers from one center is sometimes got problematic. Sometimes there may be server problem, or sometimes there's some other problems may occur. So why not the researcher or user access the ETD repositories of their own universities first? So there is need to maintain the proper ETD repositories of their own university individually. And one of the most important factor to look upon the evaluation of the ETD repositories is that the returning of the user. Only if we have good user interface, a well-maintained interface, good accessibility and findability, there will be more chance of the returning of the user also. And so it can improve in both the ways, by the evaluation of the ETD repositories and through the feedback of the user. The objectives are to evaluate and compare the user experience aspect of ETD repositories in the top 10 central universities, and on the basis of that evaluation we will recommend we will propose some recommendations for improving the UX of ETD repositories in central universities. We select top 10 central universities of the National Institutional Ranking Framework, that is NIRF 2023 rankings, which represents the best institution in terms of overall academic performance. And here we adopt both the method to analyze, that is we analyze the websites through manually and through web tools. And the aspects of user experience functionalities is identified through literature review. And actually this is a working paper. So the user perception survey for abstract UX characteristics will be done further. These are the challenges that we faced while accessing the ETD repositories of the central universities. There you can see that the Jawaharlal Nehru University has the ETD repository, but it is only available on the intranet. We cannot access without intranet. And in Jamia Millia Islamia University, we found that there is only the list of the theses and dissertations are there, and no proper ETD repositories are there, and so on. So these are the status of the ETDs in the top 10 central universities. We see that in Jawaharlal Nehru University, there are total 22,733 theses, but this coverage is only till December 2020, and Banaras Hindu University.
Conclude your paper, you are exceeding the time.
Yes, sir. So these are some aspects, user experience aspects to evaluate the ETD repositories, the navigation and information architecture, content discovery and accessibility and compatibility. These are the results, these are the descriptions of the evaluation of the ETD repositories. While going through this table, we found that only 2 universities, that is the Tejpur University and that Mizoram University, have full-fledged and well-maintained electronic thesis and dissertation repositories having proper navigation and information architecture and other parameters at par with Shodh Ganga. And as I told it earlier that this paper is in progress, so these are the parameters and functionalities that we will have to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a heterogeneous group of established scholars and invited papers from And even we have some research scholars, PhD scholars who also have presented on novel ideas. I congratulate all the paper presenters for their presentations, their addition to the knowledge. And now I request my co-chair to present a paper, to present his ideas. Sorry? Yeah. To present his ideas on the paper presentations in 2-3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Only 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. Actually, we have received 9 paper, 1 in-party paper from Cyrus Elidosti. In his paper on the topic of Iranian National Electronic Thesis and Dissertation Program, Development, Attitude, Achievement and Obstacle. In his paper, he nicely explained about the NETDS program in Iran, its development, achievement, and related obstacle and challenge also. Next paper was N. Hori Lakshmi on the topic of ETD. In her paper, he explained about the contribution made to the South Ganga from May 2020 to July 2023 from various universities of Andhra Pradesh. Next paper, University and Participation Institution repositories among the economic community in Rayalaseema region by R.K. Kishore Patnala. He explained that the awareness, attitude, and perceptions amongst research scholars and faculty members regarding the importance of IR in the institution of Rayalaseema region, Andhra Pradesh. Next paper is Role of ETD Repository in Universities of Assam by Sukanya Pathak. In this paper, she excellently explained how to measure universities of Assam, contributing towards the archival of digital thesis and... Sir? Okay, sir. And she also mentioned 6 universities of actively participated South Ganga. Anyway, next paper with Balakrishnan Sharma on the topic of this InflipNet. And next, a restarting of regarding the DSpace-based institution repository on CPT University. And next is Trends in Women Studies 2020 to 20 and comparative text analysis. Mr. Das explained the significance and utility of ETD's repository, particularly in the context of women's studies. Next is one different topic, biomedical thesis and dissertation landscape, national international perspective from S. Narang. She explained about the CML and thesis. And last paper is from Twinkle Sinha and Samesh Roy. Is our experience of ETD, repository of top 10 universities, central universities, on as per the NRF ranking, 2023 ranking. That's all, sir. It's okay, sir. Finish, sir. 2 minutes, sir.
बलानी साहब, वंदन है, नमस्कार है, थोड़ा सा रुक जाइए। 1 मिनट के लिए जब 1 लाख रुपए दे सकते हैं, तो हम तो आपसे कुछ चार्ज भी नहीं कर रहे हैं। अगर ऐसे भगवान डरने लगे तो फिर लोगों को आशीर्वाद ही ना मिले। हम तो जन क्या क्या मांगते हैं, है? इंसान रूप में ही भगवान के अस्तित्व है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। ओके, so we are at the end of 2nd day journey. Just I will take 1 and 2 minutes. The peoples from the Delhi well known, as I am a teacher in Delhi University, and something which is well established. And when we speak in abbreviated language, people will understand. If you are in Delhi, you say, I have to go for CP. Everybody knows CP is a very famous place in Delhi, Connaught Place. So there is one Miranda House College, very famous college. This is a story, I think, 10 years back. I was moving toward metro to my department to take morning class. So there was a beautiful 4 or 5 girls, and they were gossiping each other. They said, today we have to go Cascade. I was totally confused. And because as a teacher we have a privilege to ask the questions. Then I stopped both the group of the girls and asked, Beta, what do you mean by Cascade? She replied, Kashmiri Gate. So there was one also the abbreviation being used today in one of the paper, last paper, that is UX. I was totally wondering that what is means of UX, but when the researcher has pronunciation user expectations, user experience or user expectations experience. So I think as a library professionals and knowledge workers, unless until any abbreviations or acronyms not be established, I think we should avoid it. So because that's related to that Cascade. And I found that the Ranganathan has used the terms, that terms is still very, very pertinent, prevail in the foreign countries, that is subject librarian. And I find one of the best subject librarian today, that is my alma mater from the Delhi University, Sangeeta Narang, when she was speaking that leukemia or cancers. I think that is the real contribution, real role of a subject librarian in understanding the subject terminology, subject depth and subject knowledge. Because I believe that every subject had its own language, own terminology, own glossary. And that language is only the symbols to express our ideas and emotions. So I think we are somehow the lacking behind the subject librarianship. We have to work for subject librarianship. Ranganathan also, that unless whatever you develop in the library, I think one must, which is missing our library, that is the reference service or serving with the users with the passion, serving the user with the good presentation, pleasure. So that is the missing in our library system. We have to strengthen these systems. And one point of time, one of my friends came and he was annoyed and angry with me. No, आप मुझसे बात नहीं करते हैं. वो मुझे शिकायत करने लगा. थोड़ा सा हिंदी में है तो थोड़ा सा means कि little bit to translate in English. Sometime we have a phrase can't be translate in means कि English. तो मैंने उसको एक ही बात की कि गलतियों से जुदा तू भी नहीं, गलतियों से जुदा मैं भी नहीं. हम दोनों इंसान है, खुदा तू भी नहीं, खुदा मैं भी नहीं. तू अपने गिरेवान में, मैं अपने गिरेवान में झांकता, मतलब तू मतलब गिरेवान में तू भी झांकता, तू भी नहीं, मैं भी झांकता नहीं. इन गलत फहमियों ने दूरी तो पैदा कर दी है, वरना बुरा इंसान तू भी नहीं, बुरा इंसान मैं भी नहीं. Have such kind of attitudes. Have some passion of forgiveness. Buddha said, he always teaches the lessons for pleasure and happiness and forgiveness. Just what we are doing for the society. We have a full of example like Mother Teresa, who whole sacrificed his life for serving the poor. So have this spirit. Now we are going to conclude, and may I call upon all the paper presenters, please come on the dais for have a honor from the side of InfilibNet. May I invite all the paper presenters, please come on the dais. Invited speakers also. One very smart boy from Iran. Where is he? Yeah, please come. Anybody from this InfilibNet site? Any officers here? Mr. Ashok, please come. मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा बलानी साहब को भी, आपसे मेरा प्यार है, क्योंकि मेरे कहावत है कि पहले कुछ दे दो तभी आपका मांगने का हक होता है. आ जाइए बलानी साहब. First I request Balani ji and Rai Saab to honor today's last chair and co-chair. First Professor Joshi ji, then Sandeka ji. May I request Mr. Balani ji to give honor to all the paper presenters. First, Sangeeta Narang. Lao bete. I will take this privilege because I am sometimes biased toward the female. So the woman should be the first. A gentleman from Iran. And I may be fail in pronouncing the names, so please one by one, all young chap. अरे तालियां तो बजा दो भाई, क्या बात है, इतने थक गए हो? हाँ? We will take one photograph, please. मैडम आंध्रा तिरुपति से एक फोटो होगा. वेट प्लीज. ट्विंकल सिंह. Twinkle. Yeah. बेटा. आप उधर ही खड़े हो जाओ. आरती उधर ही हो जाओ. अच्छा आप लेके आ रहे हैं. ओके. मिस्टर दास. Thank you. Have a bit, please. Please. Zeros. Okay, so we had the last one group photos, right? Aao, chalo karo. Mr. Manoj.
So we have an announcement for tomorrow's program, Statue of Unity. So 5:30 all are requested to assemble at the InfluMnet Center. Those who are residing at respective places will be picking up you from there. And 6 o'clock buses, sharp 6 o'clock buses will depart for Statue of Unity.